Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to Some Horse Girls. Hope everyone's having a good day so far, hope everyone's having a good one. I'm just checking some stuff out. And I'll decide what I'm gonna do today. I mean, we know what we're gonna do, but what am I gonna... who am I gonna trade? Or who am I gonna do a career with? God, we're so close to being able to do 2 pulls. I'll just do 1 for now. I'll do it for cards. Oh, alright. Old man noises, it really do feel like that today, I'll be honest. I don't really want either of the new support cards, I just kind of want the support cards. Give me support cards. Just give me whatever. Just gotcha, pull me that fucking shite. But yes, hey, yes, Weave, how's it going? Oh, yeah. Oh, well. I only got a gold. Just skip through the end. What the fuck? Why is it always fucking guts? I keep getting guts. I hate it. Why do I keep getting the guts cards? Ugh. Clearly no one is as unlucky as I am. Me playing this horse gacha game. I get guts or I get power, which aren't like the best cards. Still working, but I'll be able to follow the stream in the background. Yeah, no, you're all good. All good. I'm just gonna be setting up initially the stuff that I want to get done and then figuring out who we're gonna be playing first for a career run. I don't know yet. Oh, well, I've maxed out this card, at least. Joined the Guts Hate Gang? Well, it's because, like, I talked about this last stream. I've actually looked up what all the stats do and, like, when they're effective. And it's not that I hate on Guts, purely for any reason other than the fact that, like, on live currently, the effects that Guts does, isn't substantial enough to justify it over, for most of the races, by comparison to, like, a lot of other effects. Like, it's kind of the same with power. Power is still pretty low, at potency, except it has, like, way higher capping points. Because like to give an idea, I talked about this before. Like, one of the strongest things I believe power gives, we can't even get yet because it requires the cap on stat gain to be higher, because it requires over the current cap gain to get that bonus, because that's what it's on the Asian servers. But yeah, like, the value of guts currently is just, it's not very high for most of the characters, and it's just, the value it gives, you might as well just get a stamina recharger and stamina instead. Because it's basically just stamina for, like, it's stamina efficiency in the last phase, in the final phase. If I recall correctly, is what it gives. Hence why it's just like, why not just get, like, I don't know, actual just stamina efficiency. Wait, did I miss one of these? Oh, I missed one that needed to be leveled up. God damn it. What did I miss that needs to be leveled up? Where are you? There you are. Okay, just level stamina? Yeah, pretty much. I am running out of coins. Yeah, this tends to be the case with these games this early. Just tend to run out of all of the resources, like that one pivotal resource. I clearly need to do more gold races. Did they update the banners already? They're on the second banner, that's all I know about. I don't think they've updated the banners again yet. Like if I go to it now, because I know they updated, I think it was last week, with this character, Biwa Hayahide. But that's been, like, for a little while, and that'll be the case till next week. At the moment, I'm not too much fussed with, banner characters or anything like that, though, because, I just want to chase, like, support cards at the moment, and none of the the spotlighted ones in the current pass, like, get me. That has been the best in the Japanese server since release. Oh god, okay, well I might save my rolls then. I assume that's gonna probably be like the one next week then. Around 4 years, jeez. That is not a short amount of time. Okay, well that sounds like a good one to wait for then. Because yeah, like, the current banners look like they finish off on 22nd UTC. Or the end of the 22nd, basically. So that's, what, 23rd for me? Midday 23rd. So that's, yeah, like less than a week. That's next Wednesday for me, which is ironically enough probably going to be my day off, so I might save the rolls for the next day. Play for a long time, talk like it's crucial if you want to take the game seriously. Okay. I mean, it's one of those things that I always have a mixed bag when, like, because I kind of want to take it somewhat seriously, but don't want to take it so seriously that I, like, don't see fun anymore. Right? But, like, if I can just sit there and go, cool, I'll just save my, Oh, there we go. I see y'all. Can I just, like... Yeah, I can follow back. There we go. There we go. The important things. But yeah, like, I agree. Like, it's one of those things of, like, if that's the case, all I'll do is I will just not spend between now and next week. Throw what I can at it, and, like, keep doing that. Old man is following me. Hey, now. Alright, who do we want to try and do a career with? Try and do Super Creek again. I think for my sanity, I should probably keep changing up who I'm trying. I say for my sanity, we could do Gold Ship. Please no. What about Silence Suzuka? What are you? You're a front mild to medium turf runner? With good speed and good guts for some reason. I mean, I guess the reason why her guts is high is to compensate for the fact that she is supposed to be a fairly short to medium range runner at the front, and she has low stamina base. What's your... Increase velocity by drawing on all remaining strength when in the lead by a fair margin on the final straight. She actually comes with focus. Interesting. Final push. Slightly increase the ability to keep the lead on the final corner. And slightly decrease fatigue when in the lead mid-race. Yeah, you just, like, give her all of the fucking speed. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of those ones where I'm like, I just don't know how I lose with her. With, like, especially doing a proper setup. Like, if I run, Rice Shower on her, with this means at worst I get Blue Rose Closer trigger into that trigger, so it basically means that, like, if I'm not winning, I'm winning. As long as I have, like, the stats to back that up. Right? I don't get to play front runners very often. I want to play more front runners. They're fun. Okay, so we need a good... Really? You're given an affinity like that? Alright. I feel like that's just good, though. Like Blue Rose Closer. Yeah, she does give guts, which kind of sucks. I don't really care for guts. A little bit of guts isn't bad. I wish I had more stamina, base stamina. I don't need much power. Which is what most of these are trying to give me. But yeah, I think it's just this. Little bit of wit just to guarantee some activations and keep her a bit further along early. Take the stamina hit and then just compensate by a little thing. Affinity for Perry depends on this story. Oh, I didn't know it was a story thing. I thought affinity was like related to how good they were for these stats. I don't care then. Have shitty affinity. Okay, so we want speed and stamina cards then? Do we even want wit? Yeah, we do want wit. Why is it like my best cards, I stand by, it's all just guts and fucking power? Like, look at all of my SRs and my SSRs. I have one speed SSR. And I have one wit SR. The rest are just fucking power and guts. Fuck me, I guess. On better speed with, we'll get power and guts. Yeah, like, it's just rough. I mean, I could use this one. Isn't this literally, like, yeah, there's a special week storyline using her as a character, so I feel like probably just one of the correct ones. Do I want to use the Super Creek one for stamina? Gives me 2 stamina, 3 speed, 1 wit. That seems really nice, actually. Like, I think that's probably what we want going into this, because being a front runner means power's kind of useful still, but like, we don't want it as cards. We want speed as cards, because we want to maintain speed and just stay at the front. We want to maintain stamina so we can keep that going. Because, again, reminder, speed only affects technically the last 2 phases. The most. Guts is what we kind of need the most of to get to that final stage and just to have good, everything else. It's like what we need is wit and stamina to get us to the end. And then we need speed to ensure we stay in the, like, we can't be gapped by our, an end runner or a pace chaser or something. You're gonna level power quite a bit because it's a secondary stat. True. I mean, yeah, and we got Blue Rose Closer, which is, like I said, the whole reason why I wanted to bring in, Rice, right? Because she gives us Blue Rose Closer, which is just, it means if we're fighting other front runners and we're kind of winning, we can burst further and then trigger the other stuff in conjunction. And it means that we just kind of win. Dashes ahead from the very start. Like, it very much seems with frontrunners, in my experience, because I haven't played them often, but in my experience, it's early game, you pretty much win pretty consistently because you're just got frontrunner, and frontrunner early is super easy to play. But it's how do you keep maintaining being ahead of the pack? So it requires you to get these other stats going and retaining, like, that momentum. Hailing from the USA. That's why she's fucking bigger. But yeah, like, I'm trying to think. I think, as per usual, this is just like, and I love that no matter how you boil down all the races, I feel like so often that it just comes down to you need a level speed and stamina and wit, right? Like, those are the stats you actually go for. It only has a 200-meter race, while all the others is shorter. Try to train just enough stamina for that, and you should be okay. Oh, then I should only need, like, 400 or 500. Like, 500 is probably an overshoot. So it is just speed and wit, then, that I need. And then I'll just train stamina from time to time when there's a good opportunity for it. Basically, if there is, like, 4 characters on stamina and no character, like, and not, or something like that, then we'll do stamina. Otherwise, we don't do stamina. We just do speed and wit. And we move around those. And once wit's high enough, we'll just spam only speed. Because we probably need, like, close to 400 wit to guarantee everything, I'd say. And knowing that we're starting with, like, decent wit as well, because I think both of our things gave wit. Another victory for a runaway speedster. A superstar, goddamn. I thought it, she's a speedster. The Flash is coming. So yeah, that's surprising though that she's got such, like, I mean, to be fair, she's what, medium mile is her stat things. No wonder she's probably on the easier side, because you just level one thing. I'd say good target is 900 speed, 400 stamina, 400 wit. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like 400, 500 stamina, and like 400 wit seems really, really good. And then yeah, like speed was always going to be like 800, 900. Like, I could probably squeak through with something under 800 speed, dependent on my power-ups. But, like, 900 speed cements it, right? If we're looking at just only stats and never getting any skills, those will probably win me the run. right? That's why I say, like, stamina-wise, we're probably gonna pick up, like, we might pick up a power-up for it. It depends. If we do, we can definitely lowball stamina even more than we currently do. Like, power probably only needs to go to, like, 400 as well. Like, 400, 500 range. Just to get everything essential out of it. Don't you love, like, min-maxing these sorts of games, by the way? Like, again, it's... As we saw yesterday, I like that. I like figuring out, like, how do I squeeze that little stat thing out? How do I get the most optimal effort I can out of a thing and have... And I think that's the other charm this has, is that, like, because of the mild RNG, it makes it fun as well, because you don't have, like, oh, well, I can just do this every time and win. I'll do that. With Rosy Outlook should be enough? Yeah, like, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like, the moment you introduce one or two of those things, it's so easy. Min-maxing always keeps me attached to hours without realizing. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's why it's just really fun. And it's really fun as well, because, like, this is a game that I feel like no matter how you make a guide for it, it will always never encapsulate enough information. Right? Like, even with us saying, like, oh, we want 900 speed, 400 stamina, 400 wit, right? There's also an argument that that's incorrect. Because, like, as we just said as well, what happens if we hit power-ups that maximize certain things differently? Like, if I hit enough stat, bonuses or skill activation, skills, that mean that, like, oh, I get boosts at, like, that final straight, I get boosts early, things like this. It doesn't matter as much now. Speed's a little less valuable. Oh, well, same with stamina. We get any stamina regen or reduction, we're probably even more upset. Wit's the only one that you can't really compromise on because it's required for them. We're not even mentioning legacies and who knows what else. Exactly. And, like, you could also just get, like, inspiration, right? Like, we're not even talking about how often you might hit an inspiration thing, because I think that's 1 to 2 times a run is, like, the average I've seen. And it's not I don't think it's guaranteed. It's just more common, right? I don't know, it might be, like, there's set points where it has to have occurred by. But it's that sort of stuff of, like, you don't... The only consistent things in these, There we go. I think the amount of inspiration events depends on Legacy's affinity. That sounds right. That makes sense. That definitely that would track in my understanding. Like, I'm sure if I ran Special Week, it would be better, but, like, Special Week also is just not really that good for her. Right? Like, no. I don't think Special Week's very good for Suzuka, right? Trying to remember, because isn't Special Week like a late runner? Or like isn't she like an end runner or something? And she's like in runner medium. I think that's it. Sounds right to me. Left-handed. I don't know what that does. Right, speed. I wonder, like, at what point the value of getting the right legacy comes in higher, versus having just, like, general good pieces going. I assume, like, real late game, like, later races where the stat expectations are a lot higher is gonna be different, right? Sassy Child's here. I wonder. Because, like, I feel like a lot of the time that's also going to come down to how long the races are. Like, how long the career is, I should say. Literally work 10 hours today. I don't even know what's happening today. Good lord. Sounds like you're having a fucking great time there, devil. God, this Sunday really makes me, like, concerned with how that hair is every time. Marvelous! But you gotta, you know, Devil, you gotta work really hard for your horse girls. That's how it works, right? Ah! I just spilled on myself. Fuck. Alright. I'm gonna smell like weird banana. Oh my god, it's all the way through my beard. You know, that's something you forget about. Oh, it's on my shirt. Oh, it's fine. Alright, well, I'll just wipe my face. Oh, there's so much in my beard. It's like fucking drain catcher, that is. Get that bonus for your addiction. Exactly. It's how I used to work. Except my addictions have either been gacha games or drinking, so you know. I don't know which one's worse for me. Anime girls or alcohol? What is a worse addiction? I mean, at least with anime girls, you don't always have to pay money. Dropping food on me has no negative effects now. That's fair. That, you know, that makes sense. Clearly, I just need to take my clothing off, for stream. And, I mean, to be fair, how do you know I'm not fucking, shirtless right now? Except the fact that I mentioned that my jersey got wet, but also it's cold as shit here. If I tried to do that, I would be sick within the week. Come summertime, different argument. Come summertime, there is a very good shout that I might be at best in a fucking singlet. To be fair, I can't kind of wait for summertime because it means that I can push the stream time a bit further into the day again. Because it will be the same time globally for everyone else as it is now, but the difference is that it will be later for me. Instead of 6 AM, it will be 8 AM, and that sounds really nice. Means I get to sleep in again. Which is something I didn't even get to do this week. Yesterday, normally is my day off. Didn't get to sleep in, so I was okay, I'm not gonna get into this too far, more than just saying I was very agitated yesterday afternoon, and I had a fucking horrible day for a variety of reasons. I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna get into it further than that, but just, yeah. I feel like I've kind of my moods lined up. But yikes. Actually, you know what the worst part is? Is even if I don't wear, like, a shirt or something, I'm still gonna get really heavily affected by spilling stuff because I have, like, a lot of chest hair. Right? Which just means that it's gonna fucking catch everything. Like, I am a very big berry person. Big bear. Which reminds me, I did have something I wanted to check out soon. And it's real funny as well, because, like, I know a lot of people that, like, there's a group of people I hang out with from time to time, online, that are, like, very fervent believers that you, should, like, shave regularly, because it's, like, it feels a lot better and stuff like that. And they've said, like, oh, why don't you? And I'm like, well, there's two reasons. One, I'm a very big, like, broad individual naturally, so it works kind of with my body type and everything, and I'm more than comfortable with it. And two, if I tried to maintain shaving that shit, I would be doing it more than daily to try and, like, have it not grow back aggressively fast. Back when I was, like, clean shave face, by maybe, if I'd shaved before I went into the shower, which is normally how I did it, by the time I came out of the shower, I had a 5 o'clock shadow. And I did not have that long showers. Like, basically within an hour, I had a good 5 o'clock shadow already coming through again. And I got so many work complaints about that for a long time, where they're like, you're not shaving properly. And I'm like, do you need a photo evidence of how I shave every single day? I'm trying. There's a reason why I'm just like, I just let my beard now go. I have to shave every 2 to 3 days, and I just let the beard grow because it's too much trouble maintaining it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, I like trimming my beard every week or two, just to, like, give it a bit of a cleanup on the edges and stuff to give it some form of maintenance. But, like, very lazily, I just basically take the shaver and I trim at certain edges and just get it off my, like, lower neck. Or, like, I keep it going from too far onto my neck because I don't like having too long of a beard, because I just... When I had a really long beard one time, it just didn't look that great to me, especially in retrospect. Like, I look back and I'm like, I didn't like that. I don't really like that at all. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, by the way. This is probably when we'll do stamina. Very likely come into stamina for these situations. But yeah, it's an interesting one. having like these sorts of situations with beard hair care. I mean, at the moment, I just kind of don't I let everything grow out as much as it needs to. Like I haven't had a haircut in like 2 years now. Well over 2 years. Which I would like to get it just cleaned up a little bit at the edges, like on the ends, because the split ends and shite is getting annoying. Like, I do actually do quite a bit of work to maintain my hair. I know, it's say what you want to that. I'm one of those people that, like, if I'm gonna grow something out like that, I'll try and put a bit of effort in. So it's just that, and I also had it drilled into me when I was younger. This is how you wash your hair correctly! Which, I don't even follow those rules very strictly anymore, because those rules were fairly old and outdated and didn't accommodate for the fact that you kinda don't want to be washing excessively regularly. Because we now know about, like, the concerns with overwashing. Because the person that taught me how to wash my hair properly very much said, like, oh, you're not doing it every day, you're doing a mistake. You're not, like, actually scrubbing it every day and, like, cleaning it out properly. It's like, you're mistaken. It's like, no, doing it that often actually can lead to more damage. Which is real fun. Again, this is why it's, like, people have called me very weird with, gender stuff. Right here is the argument, is, like, how much I know about, like, maintenance of all sorts of ways of your bodies that doesn't normally sit in the category of what a, like, guess typical masculine side would be. To be fair, I also never had a father, so I don't know jack shit about shaving my beard or anything, or, like, facial hair. I had to learn that shit myself, which is not easy. To anyone that has had to do that as well, regardless of if you had a parent around or not that would teach you, like, it's a hard thing to learn when you don't have guidance. Like, how I used to trim it when I was in, like, high school was just awful. Like, I remember when I actually did it with, like, straight up foam and a razor. I hated that shit. I would cut myself with it by accident. Mainly on the neck is when I would get the cuts. Because, like, again, that's the era where, like, cheap disposables was, like, you could use them maybe, like, a couple of times, but most of us used them for, like, a month or two. So they would get, like, rusted and, fucked up really easily. This isn't probably the most relatable conversation for a lot of people, I know. Because, like, the fun part is, even amongst, like, a lot of guys I know, like, growing beards isn't easy. In fact, one of my best friends still just can't grow a beard, and he's just, like, a year older than me. Whereas, like, I've been able to grow a beard since, like an actual beard since, like, maybe I was 18, 20. And thank God I did start learning to do that, by the way, because, like, I do not look good without a beard. I really don't. I've shown it on stream before, but I look very baby-faced without it. I do not think that's gotten any better as time has gone on. Is now, like, my face looks like it's probably that situation where, like, my eyes would look old as shit, but my face would look baby. Nothing too bushy or too long, just a bit of hair on my face to look a bit more serious. See, like, again, it's if you're just, like, trimming it and just keeping, like, our facial hair level that's, like, I don't know, not even a centimeter, I think that's fine. I think it's a great one. I mean, fuck, one of the ideas I had for a long time was to try, if my face was less babied, I was considering doing kind of like, if you've seen Dean Winchester from Supernatural, kind of like that, stubble look. Like, that was one I considered. Not the topic I expected to come back to. What do you mean? What about you, Sweep? Do you have a long beard? Do you look like Master Shifu? Because, like, it's a fairly interesting one, because, yeah, again, everyone has, like, very different experiences with facial hair. Because cultures see it, like, very differently as well. Wanna try it with me? I shave around once a week. God, I wish I could do that. Cause yeah, like, that was what I was saying earlier, is like, if I'm not shaving at minimum once a day, I can't even get close to, like, a clean shave. But, like, if I'm letting my beard grow out, I can get away with every 1 to 2 weeks doing, like, a bit of a cleanup. Cause, like, at that point in time, it's me just getting some of, the stuff off my neck, and, like, just keeping the beard not looking too, like, bushy in some areas. And scraggly at the edges. It's just, yeah, no, I'm just a very hairy individual, so I just accept that I, have to, like, I'm gonna look like a lumberjack. Dude, my actual, like, head hair is now down to, like, I think my mid-back in length. Yeah, 100% faded together. Alright. God, that mask is terrifying. But yeah, like, I naturally am a very hairy individual. I'm very stocky, I'm very broad, I'm very big of it, like, all that sort of stuff. I mean, y'all have seen photos, right? And it's not like I've been very secretive about how I look. I'm just... Imagine wearing that for like 6 hours a day. Fuck that. I've had to wear those ones before. I can't handle them well because, like, I have a lot of breathing problems. Masks fuck me the hell up. But yeah, I'm just... If I wasn't hairy, I would just... I probably would look worse. It's also really hard for me to put on, like, good muscle. To, like... Because that was one of the things I was, when I was younger, like, I had a lot of muscle on me, but, like, even when I had muscle on me, I had, like, really weird spots where, like, how my stomach would be, and this is partly because of how I ate. my stomach would like come out still, like just the belly part, but it would have the abs over the top. And that's because how I used to eat, and I still kind of eat like this a little bit, is I don't eat often, but I eat really big meals. And I kind of like treat it like a camel scenario. Where it's like, well, if I eat a shitload at once, then I just process that through the day. Which leads to like bulging stomach scenarios, which is really not good for you. It can really fuck with your diet and general health and well-being. So I try and like have more than one meal a day now. But the problem is I still like eat a shitload, so doesn't look great. I just burn it off well. Dude, my legs at the moment look fucking amazing. They're just like, they are fucking muscly as shit. My arms aren't, but that's because I don't like do any lifting anymore. I really should get into like more general practice exercises again, but like, don't we all think that to some degree? It's like, oh, you know what? I wish I like did gym work or exercise more or some shit. And it's like, one of these days, maybe. Falco? Falco! Ugh. It was actually really funny. Growing up, right? This is one of those like weird story things about like how you develop. I used to have like no body hair on the upper part of my body, like basically from waist up. Very little like hair. Specifically on like let's see. Amp it up. But like my legs since primary school, like since I've basically been single digits nearly of age, have had like an absurd amount of hair on them for my age. When I hit like, by the time I was 16, I had like lumberjack legs in terms of hair. Like you could actually, it was insane. I actually felt very out of place because of that. And like the hairs on my arms were there, but they were very blonde. So you didn't notice those, and then none of the stuff off the chest. Nowadays, it's like, no, there's just hair everywhere. Just took time to grow. I don't actually have that much hair on my back, though. That's one thing. But yeah, like, I agree, Sweep. Like, I could probably do, like, 20 push-ups, right now, even though I don't do push-ups often. But, yeah. The only person who had was as hairy as mine in primary school was ironically a girl. No, that's actually about right. I don't like how low our wit is going into a sleep, because it means that there's a higher chance at, like, night owl stuff. Just kind of proud of that, I'll give her that. Yeah, no, like, again, that's the thing, it's like, trust me when I say, I remember when in, like, primary school, there were monstrous, like, girls around. And, like, a good fair few of them just owned that shit. They're like, nah, I will eat you alive, little boy. Like, they're, like, a head taller than you as well, and you're like, what am I supposed to do to you? Like, I'm on the rugby team. I'm supposed to be, like, the big stocky boy that, like, can knock over a goddamn metal pipe, like a metal thing. Like, you're scary. Just as a reminder as well, in case people are thinking, like, some exaggeration is this, reminder, I'm, like, Irish and Welsh, like, descent, so I'm, like, the skinny white guy, or supposed to be. I live in a country with Pacific Islanders, so, like, Samoan, Tongan, we've also got, obviously, the Maori here, which are also very big, stocky. Like, I live in a country where, like, it is very normal for someone to just be, like, a full, like, head or two taller than you and be the same age as you, regardless of gender. And they will just look like they could go, I can pick you up and eat you right now. And they've got, and boy, I'm surprised that I have not been eaten alive at this point sometimes with the looks I've been given. Walk in the wrong place and you're like, I'm very much in the wrong place. Lovely lot they are, by the way. In case someone was thinking I'm being, like, very mean about that. It's just, yeah, when you're younger and you're, like, tiny. I was a very skinny white kid. Like, when I was younger. I grew into being very big and broad during, like, puberty. I was a tiny little fella back then. In fact, I grew in the space of, like, 2 or 3 years, I'd say. I grew, like, half a meter in height. Like, I used to be a little taller than a meter for, like, a very long portion of my life. And now I'm like, what? Oh, I can't remember. It's like 1.8. 1.86, I think, meters tall. Which is very short, by the way, for New Zealanders. 1.8 or 1.6? I have a card somewhere that tells me. Like, I'm a fairly short person in New Zealand. Like, I'm fairly average height. Average to short. That's kind of where I'm at. Which is why it's really funny that I'm so broad. Because it's just like, fucking walking along, big shoulders. I go to most other countries in my experience and I'm a very big person, though. Especially when I went to Japan. Being able to permanently see over the crowd is really wild. Like, you're a head taller than everyone else there. You can see all the other foreigners there because you can see all of them are taller as well. It's not something I was ready to experience. First time in my life I felt tall. Oh. Oh. And nowadays I just sit in a chair hunched over like a gremlin that I am. I went to a small town in Germany where I was, I believe, the shortest guy there. Good lord. I could see that. Like, in my experience, a lot of people in Germany are, like, quite big people. I mean, like, in my experience, that kind of area of Europe tend to be quite big, like that, there and like a bit north. That was Greek's stomach, not yours. You would not be able to hear my stomach on the mic. I've made that very, like, sure of that. Totally not because, like, I don't want to, imagine being 183 centimeters tall and still being at least half the head shorter than people in the crowd. Yikes. Yeah, no, I've been in an environment where like most of the people are nearly 2 meters. Like this is why I'm like, I'm not sure my height is again, because it's like, I think it's like 5'6", 5'7", right? I think is what it is. What's that translate to? 5, 6 height meters. No, that's not right. Yeah, I think it's like 5'7" or 5'8". It's one of those. I think it's 5'8". No, I'm sure it's 5'7". Okay, so yeah. Actually, I wonder, give me a sec, I'm gonna have to close my thing for my app, for the VTubing thing. I'm gonna go see if I can look at it on my, medical portal. Because I know they redid it recently. What am I looking for? Would it be... Profile? No, that's practice details. Portal guide, terms and conditions, no. Medications, vitals? It's not under vitals. No, there it is, height. Yeah, I think it's 5'7". I think I'm 5'7". Let's see. Yeah, the 100. Yeah, 5'7". There you go. I'm 5'7". Call me short or tall or whatever. Again, it's all relative, right? Sneeze. Shorter than you. That's fair. Again, like I said, I'm used to being, the shortest amongst all the guys I'm surrounded by, and then, like, they're a bit taller than all the women I'm surrounded by. Being such an old man and being small. I mean, that's the thing, right? When you get to a specific age, you start getting smaller. You start shrinking. That's how that works, right? This fucking sassy child, man. At least thank you for leveling up my training. Coworker is 194? Are they okay with doors? That's really tall. Fucking hell. It doesn't help as well that you saying that, there's a couple of people I think of, and they're so big. Like, they get through the door, like, height-wise, fine. They normally have to go through the door, like, sideways, though, because they're fucking so broad. I can't go through, like, there's doors that are, like, just narrow, and they're like, I have to turn to my side to go through this. And it looks, you feel mean every time you see it, because you kind of just chuckle a little. Focus on your start. Because I think this gives me early start, right? I don't care as much about stamina and guts, I care more about the start. Kickoff. To be fair, I've got my crushes like only a few meters away from me. I'll fucking knock your shins in and then you won't be taller than me. You talking so smart now, are you, little tall boy? I always loved that threat when I was a little bit younger and having, like, problems. It's just like, oh, look at you hunched over, you're so small. I'm like, cool. You're gonna be shorter than me in about 5 minutes. The average size between guys my age are a bit taller than them. Damn. This is why I need to move countries. So I can go to a country where I'm not just short. Do we just pick up early lead here and then save for stuff like Final Push, Rosy Outlook, and Blue Rose Chaser? Like, having Focus already available as well is really nice. But I think we just pick up early lead here. Because that just pretty much gives us, like, a free win for a very long time. In fact, again, we will pick up early lead at some point, so I think picking it up now is just worth it. We could wait for, like, a greater discount margin on it, but it's fine. New Zealand's pretty close to Japan, right? We're closer to Japan than we are to America. Or to the US specifically. But, like, the shortest flight's still about 12, 14 hours. If that gives an idea. I think that's a direct flight. Like, keep in mind, like, that's me saying I consider that close. That should give you an idea how close stuff is to New Zealand. Like, straight up, we are the other side of the planet to Europe. Like, actually almost completely directly. If I was to try and fly to Europe, it is mostly close to a day. But yeah, like, to give an idea, Australia is like an hour, and that's literally the closest place that, we can fly to. That's, like, even worth considering, like, as a big flight thing. Yeah, so we're gonna win this race, we know that. Much listen and... Yeah, no, but that's why I say, like, it is still really far. We are very isolated in New Zealand. It still costs, like... Okay, this might put it also into perspective cost-wise. Why, like, I want to go back to Japan really badly, but I'm not doing it for a long time. You know how the PC costs, like, between 3 to 5 grand for me to make? The new PC? It costs about 3 grand for, the best, like, there and back again Japan trip tickets. Just for the plane tickets. It's about... I think the cheapest I've ever seen a one-way ticket is 1,200 New Zealand dollars. This race should be really, really simple, because we should just kick out in front and stay there. Almost as much as going from Europe, I think. Probably. I'd say that, like, the distance to Japan for us is probably very similar to the distance between you and in Europe and Japan. There's actually a map that I can go look up in a moment that actually shows you, like, distance relative to actual, like, distance. So it's not just, like, if you flatten the map, because a lot of people use that flat map and think, oh, this is this far or this is this big, where it's, like, it's really not. But, like, to give an idea, New Zealand is about the same size as Japan in terms of square meters. The problem is we have less area that can be used. Ooh, this race is closer than I thought it would be. Am I gonna get the skill activate though? I need to be significantly ahead. There we go. There we go, though. God damn, that's, distance. I just actually crushed them. Not as much as I thought I would, though. Only a 5 leagues difference. That's good to keep in mind, because I guess that just means we've not got the stats yet that I think I do. It's not gonna be just as, like, walk in the park as I thought it might have been. But yeah, let me see if I can find that, like, real distance world map, I think is what it's called. Something like that. True size, that's what it is. I'll just do this off screen first, because I'm pretty sure this shows information that I prefer not to. I think it uses... Oh, there we go. So this is true size here. So... Again, this is New Zealand here, down here, and this is Japan. Right? Now, realistically, this, I think, looks shorter. However, what is the way to do this thing? This is how we'll do it. We'll use New Zealand as kind of example. Use it as, like, thing. So yeah, like, New Zealand's about the same as Japan. So that's the distance there, right? Whereas if we go from Europe, it's like, it's a fairly... You can see here, this gets larger. How, like, the New Zealand thing gets larger. That means it pretty much... That is a, like, actual distance less than, whereas this gets smaller. Because when you go over this equator line, you have to keep in mind, like, that's going really far up, in a sense. It's really hard to explain like that. I'm doing terrible explanation. Point is, the distance between New Zealand and Japan and Europe's probably very similar. But, like, let's use an example. What's a country y'all... Oh, yeah, it's fucking, yeah. What am I talking about? Y'all are fairly familiar with Poland. Seems that apparently the vast majority of my chat comes from there. Right? So Poland is fairly similar size to New Zealand. Right? Total size and thing is 270 versus 3. You're bigger than New Zealand. God damn. So look at how much of Poland, like, it's about 3 Poland's distance between us and Australia. Is like, that's how it is with us. Like, that's our closest actual neighbors. Like, large-scale neighbors. So I'm sure that helps put into perspective, like, again, what I'm saying with, like, New Zealand's very isolated. Sure, there's a better map than this for what I'm trying to show, but yeah. That's why, again, like, don't trust maps like this sometimes, or trust maps normally. This distance is much greater than it appears. This distance is a lot less greater than it appears. By relativeness. If I was to say, I've shown this before on stream, but this is always a fun one. Let's go look at cheap flights. But yeah, there's kind of what I'm talking about there. Like, the average flight, so if I do it non-stop from Auckland to Japan, 11 hours, shitload. So yeah, we'll say there. Sure, we'll go with those details. This is obviously going to be a lot higher than it should be. Yes. Exactly what Sweep said there. That's why maps are very dangerous sometimes to use as a full reference point. Yep, cool. And that's just the one-way part. We still would need to do the return ticket. Yeah, cool. I feel like I've proven my point with the fact that, like, it is over $1,000 pretty consistently to get to Japan. Like, it is one-way tickets. It normally costs about $3,000 to do the return, like, to get both tickets for return. So if I do it, I have to really commit to wanting to go and do it. And that means I have to potentially, like, not buy magic cards as well, so, like, it's already a fucking uphill battle. Part of the challenge of having a represent a sphere, Earth, and a plane map. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't tell the flat earthers, though. To be fair, the flat earthers don't believe we exist. They think Australia and New Zealand are, like, a lie. So, you know. It's already a nightmare as it is. If you think I'm joking, by the way, that's actually legitimately one of the, like, large-scale arguments is that we just don't exist by flat earthers. Why New Zealand often gets called, like, a mythical place. That and also because of the Lord of the Rings and people going like, nah, no place on Earth can like look that pretty. It does look that pretty in some areas. We do have some really, really beautiful nature and stuff. The problem is, the vast majority of everything is fucking farms or shitty cities that don't get well maintained. And those beautiful nature zones don't get maintained either. So therefore, they fall apart and look shit in the end. And they get lots of garbage thrown around. Because we don't actually, like, do, we have a lot of very, very poor attitudes towards our environment by a lot of people. Primarily tourism, but, you know, that's very typical, sadly, with tourism. Yay, we did the first race. I don't think anyone was surprised. I just need to earn 5,000 fans? Wait, what? Within 15 turns, I just need to have 5,000 fans. They don't believe you exist. I wish that was me. Dude, it's really funny getting people just straight up say to my face, I don't believe your country exists, because it's just like, what? What do you mean? How can you legitimately say that? It's like, oh, it's a government conspiracy. I'm like, I wish. Then it means I'm getting paid for this. Why do they want a conspiracy? But that's a race right after. Yeah, but like, okay. Wild thing, there's so many races that already require you to have like 5,000 fans. This just basically means I get a free step on the path. Like, that's what I'm like, oh, that's really nice, because that just means I theoretically don't need to get scared as badly. Because normally there's a race, and then like 3 days later there's another race at this stage. This is just like, nah, fuck you, you get that for free. To be fair, that's also technically worse, because then you don't get the stat bonuses from, like, the special race. Yeah, I guess. Man, I love listening to, like, crackpot conspiracy theories from time to time, though. But, like, does anyone else go down that rabbit hole where they, like, hear a little bit of a whiff of a conspiracy theory thing, and they're like, I need to follow this up. I need to know what is going on with this. And then you just dive into researching it, and you're like, this gets so much more funny the further I get in. Gotta love the stream, by the way, like, we've talked about body here and crackpot, theories. Some theories are very original. I love, like, really original ones, because you're just like, how did you come up with this? Sometimes, don't get me wrong, sometimes there's, like, a really interesting argument to be made, and I'm like, I can't even disagree with you. I just don't think that's the case. But you raise a good point. But then, like, the rest of the time, it's just like, what do you mean? Like, fear-mongering. Like, government's fear-mongering. It's like, oh, they just want you to be scared and sheeple and do what they say. And I'm like, okay. What do they gain out of that? Like, legitimately, what does a government in the West gain from having you scared? Does it mean that they can push their own agenda? Okay. What's their agenda? Universe started to exist from last Sunday and there is nothing before it. How can you prove that wrong? Like, that's one of those ones where it's just like, I love that because it's like, oh, well, I remember beyond that point. It's like, yeah, but what if that's just like implanted memory? And it's just, I mean, I can't disagree with that, don't get me wrong. My gut feeling is that's wrong. But like, yeah. I mean, fuck, you want a real moment? You could be in the Matrix right now. Prove to me that you're not in the Matrix. How can you, right? Like, there is no legitimate way you could even consider that. Because it could be a realistic or completely unrealistic. Fuck, the world could be sunshine and candy. Who the fuck gave me these memories? Who do I have to beat? Yeah, exactly. It's like, who gave me this? All of this. Fuck them. But like, that's the sort of stuff where it's just like, it's a debate point you can never really disprove outside of just what you believe yourself. Alright? Like, I don't believe I was born yesterday. Or created yesterday. Or whatever equivalent. Right? But I cannot, with full conscience, prove that to be the case. Second in history, a Polish guy flew into space on a mission to the International Space Station. Spent 2 weeks there and just came back like yesterday, maybe the day before. Oh god. That's pretty fucking cool. There's a genuine group of people that do not believe you really have Earth. There'll always be that. There's always gonna be, like, we didn't get to the moon, we get all this sort of stuff, right? And, like, I'm all good with people questioning the legitimacy of certain things, right? Like, I think this is the thing. I think it's good to and it's healthy for us to question these things. I do not think it's healthy when it becomes an obsession, right? The dog on the station made video calls to Earth. Yeah. No, it's again, you'll never win, right? You'll never win with people. Oh, it was wires. Oh, it was CGI. Yada, 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 right? But yeah, no, I wholeheartedly believe having... Again, that's why I say, like, skepticism is a very powerful tool that should be wielded correctly. That's what I think's, like, important to kind of view it as, maybe. If you look at everything as if it was an April Fool's thing, like, again, it's that argument of, like, how people treat April Fool's Day is how they should treat every day on the internet. Is go, okay, where's the source for that information? I want to look in and see evidence as to this, and I'll go look it up myself, if I must. If it cannot be provided to me in good faith or good conscience, I'll go look it up myself. Oh, would you look at that? It's bullshit. Or, oh, look, they're doctoring a lot of information to push an agenda. They point at, like, a ketchup bottle and say, why was everything floating and not the cheap bottle, huh? Forgetting that if there's no force applied, the bottle stays in... Yeah. No, exactly, right? Like, you're in outer space, the gravity state means there is no gravity, so therefore if there is no force applied, naturally nothing occurs. Also, on top of that, if it's on a surface, there's a good chance that shit is like actually velcroed down. And you might go, why would they velcro down a bottle of ketchup? And it's like, why wouldn't they? Do you really want ketchup all over your fucking ship? Yeah, let's shut him. But yeah, it's... Again, healthy skepticism. Healthy skepticism is an important trait. And yourself eating Polish purgatory up there, pretty cool. That's always like a charming thing there. I like that. That's nice. This pierogi consumed in outer space. That's actually fucking awesome. 1% failure chance. 0% failure chance. I'm gonna do the stamina, I think. Again, we don't need much stamina. But I'm gonna do the stamina. Because I think this justifies doing a rest now. As much as I don't want to do a rest, that means I can just, like, push so far. But yeah, what is like one of the most crackpot theories I can think of that like I like because it does actually like validly question something? Because on Space Conspiracy was the question of where did he get the... Really? Are we really doing that? It was sent with the other ship that flew there carrying 2 tons of gear together with the food. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, people underestimate how often we send shit back and forth for research purposes and all sorts of stuff. And as a reminder, as well, like, it kind of, what you've talked about there is a big important thing that people forget. Being up in the space stations is extremely isolating and mentally stressful. In fact, a large majority of astronauts that go up there, even with all their training, can't handle it for long. You're not supposed to be up there for, I think it's greater than 3 months, I think is the cap that we tend to, that I've heard about the most. But it's like, because not only is there atrophy that happens to your body and bones and everything because of all of the like you in 0G, regardless of how much you work out, you're gonna come back worse. But like, it is really mentally taxing. And because it's mentally taxing, they tend to send up a lot of like, personal goods and items. Coming back to Earth as a strain on their body? Yes. No, re-entry is extremely bad on a human being's like body. It's everything about it is extremely intense. There's a reason why, to be an astronaut, vast majority of the time, it is a fitness thing more than anything else. Don't get me wrong, they need you to, like, not be a dumbass, but yeah. the full force of pulling down makes you barely able to walk. Yeah. There's so many aspects to it. It's a really fascinating thing, and it's why I kind of feel bad that, like, we're in an era where I feel, that, like, being an astronaut's become kind of less favorable as a childhood dream. Am I wrong for kind of that, thought now? Because I feel like I don't hear as many kids going like, I want to be an astronaut, as much as I used to. Like, when I was a kid, it was really high up there. As well as being a vampire demon lord thing. That happened a bit more often than I feel like it should have. Some kids, man. Concerning lot they are. Circulation in space works different too. Yep. No, there's so much to it. Like, to be an astronaut, you normally need to be some form of scientist to justify going up there, because obviously you need to be doing something up there other than just going to space. It's scientist or engineer, I believe, is like typically the two main categories, right? Being pumped with no gravity on it. It's a wild thought, because you kind of can't, and I mean this with like that sense of like, I think people understand what I mean when I say, you kind of can't imagine that. Like, you can theorize what it might be like, but you can't actually imagine that, like, what that must be like. Because we don't have anything that's equivalent in our day-to-day. The idea of, like, your body not being able to work in the most, like, almost basic natural sense in a typical way. In the last decades, we went from euphemism for science being to reject it. I think this is why kids don't want to be astronauts, or enthusiasm for science rejecting it. Maybe. That makes me sad if that's the case. I don't know, I feel like we're in an era where, like, what happened to the desire to, like, go interstellar, right? Like, I'm still of the opinion that we should more than be capable at this stage of being able to start going beyond this planet and beyond our reach and exploring. And the fact that we're not is just sad to me. Alright, I'm gonna rest. No, you... If you get sleep out from this, I'm gonna scream. Suzuka. Suzuka. I see Night Owl pop up. It didn't pop up. Okay, we're fine. She just regened only 30 energy. I can accept that. To the glue factory. Yeah, I was not gonna lie, I'm like... I also realized I think I pulled out my dad voice, didn't I? Suzuka, listen here. You need to take better care of yourself. You need to make sure that you get the correct amount of rest. No more of these all-nighters. No being a night owl, that's only dangerous for you. The gold ship I sent you said, yeah, no, that was the one I mentioned the other day, when we were talking about the memes. That I was just like, I saw that one and I fucking pissed myself laughing. Cause it's just, goodbye, Trina. I love the fucking golden ship memes, man. Suzuka didn't sleep well last night. Suzuka still didn't get night owl. Be like Suzuka. I love that. Be like Suzuka. Remember, kids, be like Suzuka. Oh god, now this is like an actual drugs PSA. Remember, kids, be like Suzuka. It's okay to sleep poorly last night, but it's not okay to be a night owl. Be like Suzuka. So fucking bad. Maybe we can change how you answer the questions. They want to get to know the real Suzuka. They want to know the real Suzuka. Fuck it. Looking at you, special week. Oh! Isn't that literally her whole shtick as well, by the way? Is that, like, Spee wants to be like Suzuka, and she refuses to acknowledge that she's her own individual, and it's like, that's her whole plot point? Is that literally her plot? I don't know, I've skipped through a lot of the story in this game. I kind of... Feel free to call me out on that one. Yes? Okay, thank god I'm not, like, totally loony. Yeah, so, fucking Spee, I swear to god, be like Suzuka. This is the one time you should be like Suzuka. I skipped a lot too, yes. Look, I love this game, I really do, but the gameplay's what I'm here for. My gut seems to be lacking. Well, holy shit! Hey guys, do you think we should do wit training today? I have an anime added to Will Watch Later list now. Yeah. I think we're gonna do the wit training. That's a lot of fucking characters. Faye's already watched the movie. Tekka? Goddamn. Oh yeah, speaking of that, I was literally responding to a message earlier. Me and my mate gonna go watch, in like a couple of weekends, the Superman movie. So I'll have to report back on how I feel about that movie. I really want to go through all the stories, but I can't play a single career for 3 hours. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, that's part of why I struggle with some of it, because, like, if you do a full campaign run in this, like a full, career, it does take, like, actually most of the day. If you're, like, going slowly through all the story points. There's a reason why, like I said, I tend to have everything on shortest, and I just have double skip on. And even then, like, I do try and, like, read the log as quickly as I can, as it goes past. But, like, I think we can all agree, like, there's certain points in time where, especially when you're replaying a character, you're like, I've seen this all before. I've played this card before as well. I like the stories, I need training events because I like the personalities and the journey. That's fair. And like I said, I also want to stress, this is how I play, this is not how everyone plays. And I'm not saying that I play right or anyone plays right. That's the beauty of this, you can play it different ways. I'm here for the gameplay loop, primarily. And there's definitely some characters I care a lot about. Like, I don't think I've skipped on Rice's storyline stuff pretty much at all, because Rice is amazing, I love her dearly. She is my daughter, and I will kill everyone before myself if something happened to her. Let's just not think about the real life scenario. Like what I talked about last Uma stream, right? Where people are asking, like there was a person asking, oh, can we do the same thing with like sending Haru food to Rice Shower? So nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. First time playing I read, second time I have 4 times speed and grind it up. Yeah, pretty much. I will protect Rice Shower with my dying breath. Oh, also, did you hear Gant? I think it was Gant or Connor talked about, like, wanting, oh, pardon me, to do content around real horse racing because of the, like, popularity around, musume. Which I think's fucking hysterical. I'm so down for that because, again, like I said, I have come from a background that had a lot of horse racing involved in it, so I'm definitely, like, interested to see what, like, a modern kind of experience of it is from a different perspective. That's why, again, why I kind of like some of the story of this. Knew it was gonna happen. Oh, dude, Connor especially, like, he is great at doing shit like that. Give him a lot of credit. Oh, actually, that reminds me of a clip I saw the other day about Connor talking, because someone asked, oh, are you going to voice in, like, Gant's anime's dub? Right? Like, someone actually asked him that, in chat. And I like Connor's response a lot, and I kind of want to... I kind of want to use that more myself, for some things in the future. So I'm definitely going to do that. Which is, someone asked that, and his response is, it is not my place to say anything. It is his thing. He has made, it is his baby. I will never take away from that in any way. And I love that. I think that's a beautiful perspective to take on something like that. Regardless of how excited you as an individual might be, things like that, it's like, it's not his place. It's Gant's place to be able to say anything and announce anything. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. Because in a sense, like, if it's true or if it's not, regardless, you're kind of taking attention away from Gant and giving it to yourself. Which is, like, quite a dick move as a friend, right? Can't wait for the haters to review bomb it. Yeah. I'm really disappointed that I'm sure that's going to happen some capacity. Like, I want to say this now, right? I will say this openly. When that series comes out, and I'm gonna watch it with the full, like, removal of the fact that Gant was the one that wrote it. I'm gonna, like, if I'm watching it, I'm gonna review it in my head, purely, like, irregardless of what his involvement, because I tend to do that, right? Like, when I watch something, I tend to watch it regardless of who directed it, unless I've watched their content a fair few times, I might go in with an expectation or two, and that's about it. Because, like, with the Superman movie, right, like, I've watched Gunn's movies a lot, and I enjoy his movies. He tends to do, like, really fun, gaggy things, with seriousness thrown amongst it, and good balance most of the time. Again, Guardians of the Galaxy is a great example of that. I think that's probably been some of the best movies in the MCU, for that balance. Especially when, like, so many of them have been ruined by the fact that Joss Whedon did, 2 Avengers movies with that being his thing. Because it's, again, regardless of what you might say about Joss Whedon as a person, as a director, and a creator, He is really good at making stories that have really hard and dark elements to them and giving just enough humor to make it palatable. To, like, make it accept, like, you can handle and process it. Right? This is not something that a lot of, like, directors can do, and it sucks when it's not in their style. And I've seen that happen a lot with, like, the MCU. As so many of the movies tend to go that way, and it feels like there was more involvement from a higher point, with the writing and the directing than there should have been. And then sometimes it's very clear that the director just doesn't want to be there, and yes, I will call Taika out for that. So again, Taika Waititi is a New Zealand director. He did the last two Thor movies, Ragnarok and Love and Thunder. Ragnarok was really fun, enjoyable, and it had a lot of good things going for it. Love and Thunder, there was some glaring problems with it. And I think everyone that's watched that movie agrees there were a lot of problems. I mean, Christian Bale is an amazing fucking actor. He just got not used correctly. And they didn't lean into the character that he was playing correctly, I feel. And that was the upsetting part for me. I stand by. I think Christian Bale's an amazing actor. I just don't think he's ever he doesn't play roles that fit his ability correctly very often. I do not think he gets the right roles. I don't know what his right role is, though. I think it's, ironically enough, it's one of those, like, he's really good at doing, like, methodical psychos. Again, American Psycho is a great example. But, like, he's really good at that kind of role, which is why I liked how they did him in Love and Thunder. I just feel like they didn't play to the fact that he should have been way more powerful. As a reminder, the character he was playing is supposed to be an Avengers level threat, not a singular enemy, like a singular Avenger threat. The God Killer, I can't remember his name. Starts with G, doesn't it? Can't remember. But yeah. But no, going back to, like, where this topic kind of branched from, I do have, like, I'm excited for Gant's anime, because I've always enjoyed his opinions on anime. I've always, like, enjoyed listening to his discussions around it. So, while I am of the belief that a lot of the time someone that just reviews games can't really make a good game, it doesn't mean that they can't, it means that they often won't. Because what they believe is good for games is what's good for them personally, and might either be not feasible and will fall short, or actually not that good. Right? Attack on Titan, 5 minutes. I still need to watch that. Have we got a confirmation that the series is over yet? Or, like, it will be over yet soon, by the way, with Attack on Titan? I haven't looked in a while. Because, again, that's the only reason I haven't started watching it. I refuse to watch Attack on Titan until I have a confirmation that the main series is finished. The problem is they keep pulling out a fucking new epilogue part 2 act 3 bullshit with it, and it's pissing me off. That anime's ending has been milked for, like, years, and it's really just kind of... I just want it to be over so I can just watch it all in one go and then walk away and go, yeah, that wasn't that good a series. Or it was a good series. Or it's a series I enjoyed but wouldn't recommend. There's all sorts of personality. Like, all sorts of angles I take towards it. Yes, I was gonna start racing now. Well, that seems pretty good. Alright. Oh, that one's really nice as well. Do I think I can go into the G1 instead of the pre-open? Like, this would probably, if I win this, it gets me everything. Yeah, fuck it. We'll try it. We've got 300 speed. We could have a lot more and it'd be better. I also haven't bought any skills again. So, yeah. I don't know, what's a series that, like, people are looking forward to at the moment? I know I've got, Call of the Night that I'm waiting for it to have, like, about 3 or 5 episodes so I can start, catch up on it and watch it from where it is. I'm also excited for when, I mean, basically a lot of the anime in the current season of anime I'm gonna binge watch once it's all finished. My Dress Up Darling, that's a fucking good one. What else is there? There's a lot. Apothecary Diary should be done by now, right? I can probably finish, binge that through. I am watching, Stargate Universe at the moment, because I watched a couple of highlights and got reminded of that series, and now I'm like, I kind of want to rewatch it, so I'm rewatching that. And then early lead should trigger. Did early lead not trigger? I swear I didn't see a trigger. Okay, that probably was a wit fail then, right? I don't watch anime at the moment, just reading Warhammer books. That's fair. I'm trying to think, like, what is there at the moment that I'm like... Because, again, like, I haven't watched anime in a little while, like a week or two. It's because I've been kind of focused on a couple of other things. I mean, to be fair, I've not been focused on my game project as much as I'd like to be. I've got a couple of things about that I'd like to sort my shit out with and get that further along. So, I think I've said this before. I'm gonna sneeze, wait. Oh, fucking hell. But like, I have a secret, timeline of where I have expectations of where I should be that I'm not revealing because it stresses me out if people have expectations around when stuff should be out. Thank you, Devil, thank you. But like, I'm behind on my expectations of myself, so I might like kind of kick my ass soon and get a shitload of work done. I mean, blessing. No, don't you dare. No blessing. No. None of that. Causes me physical pain. Yep, we got enough fans. We got nearly 11,000 fans. I think we got enough fans for the next event. Let's see, I watched Takapi's Original Sin, very good, but that comes with some yes! That is an anime I've talked about before how I'm like an admin on a Discord. Right? I think I've talked about this before. In the one that I'm in, we just, like, the main rule is we abide by, like, the Discord terms of service. I've had to tell people off a lot when it comes to that series. Because of someone posting a screenshot from that series, and I'm like, this is literally against terms of service. And they're like, yeah, but it's no, you don't understand. The only reason we abide by these rules is because if we don't abide by these rules, we get the server removed and everyone loses. We have a spoiler chat, and that's fine to post in the spoiler chat. I hate this because now it means I have to redouble my efforts checking on everything in the spoiler chat, so I keep seeing spoilers for the upcoming series because now I know that they're not willing to curate their own fucking shite, and means that they're gonna post potentially a child hanging themselves, which is really not acceptable. In case you thought I was being, like, slightly light with my complaint, I'm not. Again, there are a few things Discord have really strict rules on. Say what you will about them. It makes sense. And it's worse because I immediately get the, but this is just this kind of Discord, and like, I'm sorry that this is a Discord that follows the rules that are set out in the terms of service. It's wild to me, by the way, how many people, like, complain about terms of service being upheld, and it's like, you signed the thing. You agreed to this statement. Now, don't get me wrong, if you're in, like, a private server with, like, only your friends, and, like, there's no kind of globalish aspect to it, fucking post away. Nobody cares. But when you're, like, a content creator's Discord, you have to follow those rules. Right? That's why I always find it fun seeing people banned from a game and going like, why was I banned? It's like, because you, like, you typed in the chat against terms of service statements. It's like, oh, well, that's bullshit. And it's like, well, no, it's not. You agree. This is how you get the game. So I paid for the game. It's like, well, you paid. You also had to agree to an agreement between you and the developer that you'd not be an asshole. Incredible, I know. Nice and rested first. I need you to have more energy, please. Have more energy so I can cheese this better. Yeah. I don't want to rest again because apparently you can stay up all night. Oh god. I actually think I'm coming down with a cold. This feels like my nose is getting, like, dribbly. Oh no. That's not good. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised after how yesterday went that I got a little ill. Got a little sick. A little sick. Might have to have some of the ginger turmeric tea that I have sitting around. That's one thing I want to get for out here, by the way. I've talked about this, I think, before. Like, I want to get a jug to boil water. Or just a fucking electric kettle. Because I feel like having to go into the house for that is just annoying. If I had it out here, then I can have like 2 cups. One is a mug for hot drinks. And it might convince me to have hot drinks more often. Because, okay, I have a question for y'all. What is your feelings with hot drinks? Because I'm not per se a huge not fan of them, but like I tend to not get them when I get the choice. Also sneeze. Oh. Ah. Ah. I hated that. I hated every part of that. Scary. That's why we're rehearsing. But yeah, like, what's your thoughts on hot drinks? Because I know most people like hot drinks. I find it fascinating that I'm just... I don't know. Like, I know I've got a more sensitive, like, taste buds than people, on average. So... I think maybe that has an impact on it. And I've never really found a hot drink that I'm like, oh yeah, I really love this one. I can't drink hot drinks? Interesting. Is it, like, the heat of them, or is it that you've just never found one that you liked? It's me being just, like, generally curious about, like, weird things about this stuff, where, like, everyone's different, right? And... I like to see, like, what people think on it. Because, like, don't get me wrong, when I'm ill, and I just grab, like, a cold and flu drink and then add some honey to it, with the hot water, I'm like, yeah, this is great. I'll have those. Temperature, now that I think about it, there's not a single one I appreciate. Yeah. See, I think that's, again, it's a really fascinating thing. I still drink them as soon as they get room temperature, but I'm not a fan. I'm kind of the same. This is why, like, while I like my coffees black, I tend to add milk to them, not because, like, I want the milk. I want the temperature low enough that I can just, like, drink it. Right? Also, yeah, no, by the way, I am that kind of person that's like, I like dark chocolate, I like my coffee black, I like these sorts of things. I'm part of that category of people that that if you're not in that category, people refuse to accept that we exist. Because, like, they're like, nah, you can't enjoy that. You're just lying. Which I find absolutely funny. Category of people known as old people. Alright, fuck you. You're not even far wrong as well. Back when I worked at a rest home, the amount of times it was like they either didn't want milk or they wanted a very small amount or they wanted like only milk. Like, it was really... Okay, no, let me correct. If they wanted a coffee, it was often very low amounts of milk. If it was a tea they wanted, it was normally very high amounts of milk. That was something I feel like I found consistently. And I have a personal feeling that most of the time the people that wanted tea is because they grew up having tea. And getting used to having tea with, like, friends and groups. So, it's not that they per se like tea, it's that tea is part of their, like, just culture. I wonder if that's actually the case. Because, like, again, that's just theorizing. I'm not going to say I'm right with that one. But I would also say, like, I feel like there's good rationale behind that thought. Yeah, I think so. Be more expressive. I've tried the other option and it failed me one time. So I just do this option because this is the only one that I think gives you a reward. Now I'm thinking about this probably more than I should be. It's a curious thought. It's a very curious thought. I mean, yeah, I think it comes down to, like... Oh, you know what I do like? Cup soup, though. Like, you give me a chicken noodle cup soup, and, like, just that with... It's the powdered stuff with, like, hot water. I'm normally pretty happy with those. Like, sure, I let them cool down a little bit, but, like... That I think's... Is it weird to say I think of that very differently? I guess same with noodles. Like, microwave noodles, you just put into, like, water in a bowl. And normally, like, it's just hot. Like, cup noodles especially. And I don't mind that. The difference between a drink and food could be very minor, I guess. 16% chance failure. I feel like I just do wit again. We're so far along with wit now that, like, we're so close to just guaranteeing up rocks. I kind of want to go, like, to 350 soon. Our speed does need to come up, though. $400 soft cap, yeah. That's why I say, like, we want to get to, like, 350, because that starts getting you pretty far along with the guaranteed procs. But we're probably going to get more stats as we go as well, just from, like, events. Especially if we hit, like, an inspiration, which we've got, like, at least probably one in the track, like, the line. Going over 400 because there's, like, a 90% proc skill. Yeah, it's the same as, like, 350 to 400 is a very minor upgrade, but it's more of an upgrade than anything past 400. It's that whole thing of, like, it's exponentially less value you gain out of each additional value of it. To be fair, though, if I recall correctly, wit is going to become more valuable later as we get more things released. But it's still never going to, like, be better than speed, for example. Speed, stamina normally sit very high up there and, like, they're just good. Would you like to go hiking? I don't think it's very safe to go hiking with a racehorse. Just a thought. There's a lot that can go wrong with hiking. Unless you're meaning... Okay, well this looks like it's a leisurely trip through the mountains. That's a little less dangerous. I think Suzuka has had a broken leg injury, healed it, and then went back to racing after. Oh god. I'm very glad that it was not a large enough issue that, it was a small enough issue with the broken leg that if she healed it and was able to come back to racing. Because I know, it's a very hard choice to make there. Might be mistaken horses here. We could look it up. Horse. I love the anime girl is the first thing that comes up, and then there's the real racehorse. Let's look at the wiki page, shall we? Let's see. Born 1994, died 1998. In the same year, his career and life were cut short with an injury suffered during a race. That's sad to hear. Was unbeatable on the turf from 7 furlongs to 10 furlongs, and in 1998 was one of the greatest turf horse racehorses. It was ended when the euthanized in the middle of the Tenno Show. It's a very short career too, really. Yeah, basically was dominating 1998 completely. That's sad to hear. No, I don't see anything about a break and then coming back. Yeah. It's sad. Taiki Shuttle is who I was thinking of. Ah. But yeah, there you go. We've now we have depression, because now we can only think about how this was a 4-year-old horse, and at her prime, she fell so far. So painful sometimes. I do like, though, the wiki page does actually mentions, like, and then X many years later, or like the thing years later, inspires one of the main characters, in Uma Musume. It's really hard when, like, you look at some of the stuff like that, because it's just, yeah, there's no way you can truly look at it happily. It is really sad. speed running every fucking day. God, I love that. Her leg managed 2 on 3 legs move away from the group she was running in, slowed down, gently dropped her rider, and then fell over and started to writhe on the ground. Damn. That's really sad to hear. That sounds like a horse that really cared. Yeah, that's a horse that, like, it basically understood everything that happened and knew everything that was happening. That's really sad. That really is. Yeah. Again, no matter how you put it, while an animal of such a capacity isn't able to comprehend all the same things to the same degree that, say, like a human can, it is impossible to acknowledge, like, to not acknowledge that every animal has a personality of its own to some aspect, right? Because with every cat that I've ever had and been with, for an example point, each of them are always so different, right? And you see that there is a personality, and it's partly from the owners, it's partly from their environments, and it's just partly who they are. And it's great. Like, I'll still remember with Doctor, my last cat. I got him when I was working for a cat breeder. The cat breeder I talked about that actually was a horse race trainer, very famous one. He was probably one of the most aggressively demanding of attention animals you'll ever meet. To the extent that all of his siblings were barely able to open their eyes, right? And this is a very normal point of time for this being the case. This kitten was climbing up people's legs already. You've got all of its siblings barely able to use motor function. And he's trying to climb up a fucking leg. And when I say trying, I mean succeeding. Getting all the way to, like, your upper thigh before it's really starting to struggle. That's not something that, like, is anything but they were born with that personality. The animal understood enough to not want to injure others and realize that falling down would do that. Yeah. That's why it's like, I say, it goes to show that paid attention and wanted the best for everyone around it. Get a little bit more wit. Video research, hell yeah. Oh. Well, that was a depressing subject for a bit there. I apologize. Again, this is the, I'm actually wondering, like, how much people have learnt from this game about that sort of stuff. And kind of the harshness and the tragedy that can spark very quickly and very easily in horse racing. It's kind of wild to think about. Oh, well, on the lighter news. We're getting further in the campaign. We're doing really fucking well. I do think we need to work on speed from this point, though. I think I need to do, like, our speed and then, like, rest. Thanks to YouTube recommendation algorithm, I'm learning quite a lot. Yeah. Oh, God. Devil. How much of the video thing that you've been having trouble with still? Because I find that stuff so fascinating. The YouTube thing. Where, like, it's because I think it's been talked about mainly on the Discord. In recent months, I think it was, YouTube rolled out a thing where it would basically try and auto-translate stuff. And it would, like, auto-translate, the titles and give, like, an auto-translated video into native language. I'm so curious as to why that's occurring. And, like, I get it, right? Like, I get the loose idea. I'm wondering if it's a settings thing, right? Like, on the content creator side, where, like, they have to check a box and it will happen. Maybe that's why it's so irregular, because most of us don't have it checked. Or it's not checked by default. Which, I don't know, would it be... Would it be a good thing long term? Is there systems like that that could be done and it would make sense? There are days where I find like 3 or 4, and there are days where I don't see it at all. It's so fascinating. The idea of enabling this by default and making it hard to disable is astonishing. Well, I mean, like, it's because what Devil was saying the other day is, like, there's not a setting to turn it off that they could find. One of my streams has a Polish title for you. One of the Final Fantasy streams. Okay, that's very strange then. Because I don't think I fucking enabled a setting for that, unless it was a random default one. It was there when you were live, but when it went to VOD, it went back to EN. That's so strange. I get that they're testing things, but still. Like, it's just, it feels like such a weird thing to test without, like, the ability to opt out. Don't care about Turbo Sprint, really. Final Push is really good. Sprinting Gear is really good. Well, not really. Rosy Outlook. We don't really have enough points to get anything here outside of one thing. What do we think's best, then, to pick up here? Because we probably should pick up something to ensure we're good. It's an auto feature that just happens. Yeesh. I don't think Blue Rogue's Closer. I think it's Final Push that we try and pick up here. Right? Or is it Rosy Outlook? The only way to turn it off is to switch your default Google language? Really? That's... Wow, okay. Switch it to English specifically? Yeah. No, I'd assume as much. That's why I say, like, I have a feeling, I've seen some translated titles. Because I've come across, like, a couple of Japanese videos that all of the description is Japanese, or not at all, but all the comments are Japanese. And none of the title has Japanese in it. And that always gives me a bit of an inkling that something's weird. Rosy Outlook would pretty much secure you enough stamina for the rest of her races. Yeah, again, Rosy Outlook is basically, we have to get it, right? Like, we're going to get it at some point. Do we get it now? I don't think we've got much stamina, so it justifies probably getting it now. Like, Blue Rose Closer is, like, how we basically guarantee we win long term. Focus is nice. Final Push is, again, an essential one we have to get long term. So yeah, I think Rosy Outlook then. I think we get Rosy Outlook now. We just lock it in. And then, like, the next one is probably gonna be trying to go for... Final Push. Because once we get Final Push and Blue Rose Closer, as long as we're in the top end, we basically win. I think that's an accurate way of looking at it from this. And at that point in time, it means that, again, stamina becomes less valuable for us to train up. And maintaining speed training becomes really good. Like, our speed's still decently high because training wit trains speed. And our wit's basically at the end of where it needs to be, so we're pretty much set. Time to go. Something's dampened her mood. It better not actually change her mood outlet. I'll be upset. But yeah, like with 340 wit, we're pretty much locked in with all our skills getting good high activation chances. We've got one other front runner, a lot of pace runners, a lot of pace and late runners, and then an end runner. I'm more focused on the other front runner. As long as we beat them, we should be fine. Because then the pace runners are, like, potentially a problem, but we should probably be able to beat them because by the time they're trying to take up the top, we should have enough of a lead. It's like, it's that start of race activation that we didn't get last time that I'm, like, scared about, is if we don't get, the one where it helps us getting into the front at the beginning. I'm definitely, like, concerned. That will be how we lose these sorts of races. Good old Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Da, 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 da. I can't remember the rest of the lyrics. It's about, yeah, I can't remember much of that song. Early lead is triggered, cool. Looks like the other front runner's, like, giving me a bit of, trouble. Pretty evenly paced. Ooh, corner overtake. Nah, looks like I'm falling in behind. Oh, no, no. Going into the lead now. Oh god, it's really neck and neck. Oh, that's stressful. The pace chasers are right on our tail. Oh, Rudolph coming in. Oh, I don't like this. This is really bad position. I think I've just not had enough speed. Again, this is where, like, Blue Rose would probably just win us. Okay, we're in the final stretch. I'm not in front, though, so I can't get back to front more, and Rudolph just got a velocity up. Well, third place is pretty guaranteed. Yep, we got third place. I think that's enough for this one. I think that's required a third or a fifth. Can't remember. Ah, 1 league behind. That's speed not being high enough. That was 100% speed not being high enough. Ouch. So yeah, I think Rice's skill would have won us that. I think. I think Rice's skill would have won us that. Ah, well. Yeah, top 5 I required. Just means we really do need to focus more speed. Nice job. Oh. I'm here if you need to talk. Okay. I feel like I may not be able to give it my all. It's difficult to explain. Interesting. Sure. It's no good not to have a goal. Maybe able to run in autumn. Set our sights on September's Kobe Shimbun High. Alright. Oh, and she's gone. Spend the next few days wondering what I can do for her. It's kind of sucky that we only get a little bit of stats out of that one. So I think you get way more for first place, right? Place third in the Kobe Shimbun High. Oh. Oh, that's sad. No, that's mean. Oh, I just clicked. What, do y'all remember what we read earlier? Don't know if it's just on YouTube, but you're having some frame drops. The stream isn't having frame drops. It might be the game, I'm not sure. But if there's actual, like, YouTube's having skip frames, that's YouTube. And it might be a refresh the page scenario. Because I can see absolutely no dropped frames on my end. At all. Throughout the entire stream. And the best shout to say if it's YouTube's end is if it's audio as well as getting a bit choppy. Would be what my, like, immediate thought would be. Okay, so we have 12 turns. That leaves me with a lot of room to work with. Like, don't get me wrong, the game's FPS jumps down to 6 FPS sometimes, back up to 30, down to 6, down to 13, 17, 6, 15. Like, the game's lagging, but that's just, I can't do shit about that. Oh my gosh, it's really Suzuka! So yeah, we need to go on speed. Audio's fine, I see your model lagging too. Yeah, then that's again, that's the PC and that's me reason why I want to do PC upgrade. Because yeah, like if you see that, like how it's a bit choppy at moments when I move like that, especially when there's a big one, yeah, that is 100% PC just dying miserably. Congrats on Toonie Fanny Shu being a baddie mom. Yeah. She's actually kind of hot at the end there, eh? I was a bit surprised by that. It's a fancy movie director as well. Good times. PC couldn't gambit there. Yep. And like, it just sucks because all I can say to that is there's a reason why I'm looking for a PC upgrade. Because running a game, my stream software, and VTube Studio all on my PC with other stuff getting run just means that it dies miserably. Ironically enough, tomorrow the lag will be way better. Like, it will be way less because we're going to be playing off a console. So I just am casting it to my PC. She look like a prosecutor or just high class woman. Yeah. Can't wait to go back and finish that run. Have those two as my parents. Can't wait for her to beat me as a child. Wild to say that. Fanny would never, you take that back. You don't know. Not my Fanny. God damn it. God damn it. Actually, can I... Oh no, it's not even open. This is gonna lag pretty massively if I try and do this. Let's see if I can open this. Hang in there. Oh god, PC, please. Yeah, okay, here we get to kind of showcase. I can probably keep this small enough, and because it's sorted by name, there's not gonna be anything that's too bad to showcase. Yeah. Welcome to what my PC looks like. This is how I stream. My fucking CPU is crying miserably at all times. It's trying its best. It's trying its best. Alright. Let's see. There we go. Oh, that's an inspiration event. Hell yeah. This is big. This might be able to fill out a lot of things for us, actually. Yeah, also welcome to the reason why, like... Okay, you wanna know really how powerful my PC kind of feels now? I can play Baldur's Gate 3 on, like, pretty mid to high-ish settings, but I can't do anything else with my PC. In fact, even running Discord while doing that is a bit touch and go. It's doing its best. Straight away recovery. That, man, that was not anywhere near as many bonuses I was hoping for in the right categories. I need to get more RAM, but my graphics are good. My graphics aren't even that bad. I'm running a 1070, which is, like, ironically enough, still adequate. The RAM's fine as well. It is just my CPU, but I've talked about this before, like, it's a cascading problem for me. Right, is my CPU needs to be replaced. The problem is my motherboard would not handle any grand upgrades other than one that gives me, I think, 0.1 or 0.2 more gigahertz. So I need to upgrade the motherboard, and if I'm upgrading the motherboard, I need to upgrade the RAM. And then, like, when I'm at that stage in time, it just starts becoming like this cascading thing of like, well, I probably would need to upgrade the graphics card at that stage, and then at that stage I might have to upgrade the PSU, and then at that point, like, when you're starting to consider those things, it's like, you just replace the PC. Just don't bother. Like, the only thing you have left is the case. And, like, at that point in time, the case ain't even that much money. I think I spent $200 on the case that's behind me. $100, $200. I have a 300 gigabyte SSD laptop, so one modern 80 gigabyte game size, I can't install anything else. Yeah, that's the other thing, is right. It's like I got a terabyte SSD, which is definitely like running me a bit close some days. But like a mainstay PC that also does game development, that hits up a lot more than you might think. But yeah, so it's basically, I'm at a stage where like the amount of stuff I have to replace and upgrade is just so much that making a new PC and having a second, this is the second PC for either server or streaming related things is just objectively better for me. The problem is that, yeah, just saying, oh, buy a new PC is definitely a fucking ask. That's why it's been a discussion for like 3 years now. I didn't really need this to level up, because I don't think I'm going to be doing any more wit training. Or was this wit training? No, this was speed. This was speed, right? Yeah, this was speed training. Okay, no, this leveling up is good. Like, for a moment there, I thought I clicked on wit again, and I'm like, oh my god, if wit training goes up a level at this stage, that's actually tragic. Oh, yeah. But you know one thing I do want to get one of these days? So I do kind of want to get a better graphics tablet. Because I'm still using my like cheap Huion that I got like... Oh god, that's probably 10 years old now too. I got that for like under $100. It's really good, don't get me wrong, but like... There are parts of my brain that would love to get like a better graphics tablet that I could use. I don't think it would speed up much. It would just be a better feel. But to be fair, like, that goes into that category of, like, it's a dream. Very much not necessary. I mean, if we're going more necessary, I would actually consider getting an upgraded desk higher on that list, right? Because I kind of want to get a desk that can be a standing desk, like a transitional desk, one that can go from standing to sitting if I need it. Because I'd like to have a standing desk, but I acknowledge that some days I really, literally cannot stand for that period of time. I just know that when I'm like working on the game stuff, like, in a quick sense, I would love... It's like, I get up, I go stand on my desk for like 5-10 minutes, write something quickly, and then move back to what I was doing. God, I'd love that. What about you lot? Y'all like the idea of standing desks, or nah? Not a fan, potentially? Curious. And very much like I'm asking is like, if given the opportunity for them, would you? And it's fine to acknowledge going like, you'd love it, but you know you wouldn't use it, right? I know I would, because I still stand at my desk from time to time, and that means I just hunch over. And one of my friends has a standing desk, and I love working there. I actually accidentally bought an auto-adjustable desk because it was on sale on Amazon. Do you use it, Sweep? Like, do you use the adjustment stuff of it, or nah? Because yeah, it just leads me to a curiosity thing. Because I think, I love that my PC's wires prevent me from adjusting it too often, but I really like to work standing from time to time. Yeah. Oh god damn it, it did upgrade the goddamn wit training. Pain. I think my problem is that, like, I'd probably try and buy one of the frames and just use the top of the desk that I currently have. Because I think that would do me personally better, because this is a really wide desk. I would need to clean it up accordingly, but, like, it would give me all the space I would need. And, like, all I'd need to really do is get some, like, monitor arms and a couple of other things, and it would be perfect for me. I'd definitely have to move my game consoles off of the desktop, though, because they're currently off to the left of me. On the desk. They take up, like, maybe a quarter, not even that, like, maybe a sixth of the desk in space. But, like, if I'm having it come up and down, because they're on their side, it would be too dangerous. And, like, the wire length is definitely up for question. Everything else is good enough wire length and slack that I should be fine. I am really lazy with how I do my wire management behind my desk, though. You do not want to see it. It is genuinely, like, as long as they're not going too, like, into seating, they're fine left hanging and, like, on the ground and all over the place. Again, it's organized enough that, like, when I need to do a quick adjustment, it can be a bit rough, but, like, it's normally quick enough. I don't see the appeal with the price as a factor. That's fair. I mean, like, over here, even for a frame, it's, like, sometimes $400 at the cheapest. But, like, if you were to get, like, a straight-up standing desk, it's $1,000, or, like, just a shy of. So I 100% agree with that sentiment, that, like, it's often really, really pricey. I also, maybe, okay. Take it if it was the same price, that makes sense. Because, like, my kind of curious question in that situation is, like, oh no, a questioning to the universe is a general thing. Do we think it's maybe a thing where, like, people that play games at their PC primarily are less likely to want to get one versus those that, like, do other things at their PC? So, for example, me, I do game development, and I do a lot of other, like, software and art-related work. Do we think that leads to me considering it higher than, like, a normal user would by comparison? Or is that maybe just me having, like, a false perception on what happens there? Because, like, health-wise, the value of it's really high. Because it is straight up, you are in a healthier position for a longer period of time if you're able to be in that position for long periods of time. There's a reason why I say I'd want an adjustable one that I can do both with. Because, like I said, some days I just can't stand. I literally can't. But I would like the opportunity to do it more often. Probably. When I'm working on my PC, I prefer to stand on my legs, but when I'm minding my own business, I prefer sitting. Yeah, because that was part of what I was thinking as well myself, right? Is, like, isn't it partly that? Don't worry about the weight of an adjustable... I do worry about the weight an adjustable table can handle. I'm the kind of clutter my desk with crap. Actually, I guess that's another good point, is, like, I'm fairly tidy with everything that's on my desk. The only things that are on it are my monitors, some power stuff, which I could easily move off of it, herder, stream deck, water, your keyboard and shit like that. And then my consoles and medication. And the medication can be moved somewhere as well, if I must. I just like having it somewhere nice and open. Arguably, I could probably solve that by actually having a bedside table and putting them there. Which would probably be just better for me to do. As well. That would be a way of decluttering my desk. Oh, I've also got like my wallet and passport and like basically my identification stuff there as well, because I tend to go out, I come back home and I just toss it out of my pocket onto my desk. So the stuff that goes into my pockets, like my keys and my headphones and stuff, or my earbuds, I do have there as well. It depends if you work standing. I prefer to just take a 10-minute break. Yeah. What worries me too, it's the reason my case is under the desk and not on top. Oh yeah, like, I'll say that adamantly. My PC's case is already under my desk. I would never put it on top of a moving desk. Because that's why I say, like, the consoles would be coming off of the desk top surface, because they're on their side to make them fit correctly. That shit would give me too much scare. They're saying shop clerks who stand during full hours, full work hours are healthier. Health is a relative thing. If you are standing your entire day versus sitting, you are on average likely to be more healthy than someone that's sitting all day. That is something that is more than tried and tested. However, keep in mind, in contrast to that, it's a bit different with different cases, right? I put a 2-liter water on your desk while working. That should be fine. I'm assuming it's bottled or like a big cup. So I assume it would accommodate that correctly. Again, like, the weight of the desk isn't the issue. It's the, like, strain of movement of it as well, right? Like, I don't like the fact that, again, my consoles are on their side, so, like, they're standing up. That moving up and down on a somewhat frequent basis, one time something might get caught a little bit, and that just knocks everything down and breaks them. That's why they come off. But, like, my lamp, my monitors, all that stuff, especially if I've got, like, desk arms and stuff like that for correctly, I don't see that being a problem. I mean, fuck, I've already got the mic on an arm and the phone on an arm. Like, if I get more arms, it's just arms everywhere. My desk space looks wild. That's why I kind of want to do a bit of a hard cleanup of my cables and management, but I'm going to wait till I get a monitor arms for that. Which I've been informed I might be getting some for free soon from a friend. Because he has some spares. And if that's the case, then I'll sort it out then. Especially knowing that, like, my goal is that once I get the new PC, I'd want a new monitor for that PC. That, like, is able to utilize its higher quality. Which is fine, because again, getting a decent-ish monitor is pretty damn cheap. You can get one for like $200, $300 and it not be, like, much of a problem. And for something that you're, like, using every day long-term, yeah, no, I consider $200, $300 very much within the price range of acceptance. That's why I say, like, the PC, I'm going so intense with making sure I get everything correctly for it. Spending more money now is better than spending a bunch of money and then having to spend way more later. God, her hair is fucking wild. Every time. To be fair, by the way, the standing statement with workplaces is that that's the current expectation on like workplaces. That's why like the fucking... You'll remember the yoga balls? And how like that was apparently the big thing. The problem with that one is that it actually, while it helps with balance and it's probably healthier in a lot of ways, it's also really bad on your lower back. Because it puts constant strain on it. Because most people won't sit on it somewhat correctly, and it means that it just leads to worse posturing. But like, the other thing, again, to acknowledge with standing in, like, environments is the acknowledgement that, like, excessive standing is also unhealthy. Dr. Malith Octavius. I would be scared if I was Dr. Octavius. I would 100% be using those arms for hentai. I mean, what? I think we rest here. Just, please don't cause me problems with this rest. Well rested! Yay! Actually, okay, no, that's led me on to a really interesting question I want to ask. What do you think's more interesting of a storyline? When a villain like Dr. Octavius is first, or the hero that would fight Dr. Octavius comes first, and it's like the villain's reaction to such a higher power level arriving? What do you prefer with those sorts of stories? Not quite meaning exactly Dr. Octavius and like Spider-Man, but like, what do you prefer to see first? The super villain turn up and then someone has to be a superhero to counteract them? Or the inverse, where it's the superhero arrives, they start dealing with normal today kind of issues, and then a super villain arises because now there's a new power ceiling? Like, which one rising to the occasion? I'm curious if anyone's got, like, a preference with that. I'm trying to think if I have a preference with that. Do I? I like the villain winning. Like, hero is on top and the villain drops down and dominates the scene. I think that leads to a really good underdog story, yeah. So I agree with that sentiment. I don't think I have a preference on that. Yeah, it's a hard one, because, like, I definitely think I weigh higher to the, like, underdog storyline with, like, the villain coming in and being the big threat. Bonus points if the villain is a passionate person and is not just, full black heart evil. Well, I mean, like, if they're rising to the occasion, there's normally, like, a reason. So, normally, yeah, I can kind of say that there's probably a grander storyline occurring with them. If I can have the perfect offers, I'd buy a server that my devs connect to with workstation PCs and just can stand up and move to the standing desk when they want to switch. Yeah. No, I mean, like, that's fair. I don't know. I think I still just want a desk that would transition between. If I was to have an office space, I would want to have it so, like, everyone's workspace is slightly separated enough that you cannot interrupt the person next to you by, like, lowering and raising your desk. But I do think that, like, lowering and raising your desk is quite valuable. We'll take the 8% failure chance. Fuck it. There's something to be said about my favorite mouse and keyboard would, people be open to having multiple workstations. Personally, like, that's why I say, like, I don't like changing my workstation. If I've got a work spot, like, if I'm working somewhere and I go to do a work thing, I want to go there and just do that. Like, I want to go to my station. If my station gets moved, that's fine, but, like, it gets moved. I move with everything. I don't like having personal features on my workstations much. Like, I don't ever personalize them, but yeah. I like when the villain is beating hero's ass and then secondary evil arrives and the villain decides not to fight the hero and team up and get rid of the third party. Yeah, that's not too bad. Thought of heroes like that. Yeah, like, it's an interesting one to, like, think about with what's, like, that preference. I think, like I said, I like when there is a uphill battle of some capacity. But, like, in saying that, technically, like, look at JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2, especially. Or Part 3, sorry. Is, like, Dio is just there. He is already there from the beginning. He is the power ceiling that the hero needs to fight up against. So that's one where the hero isn't there yet, but it's still underdog story. I say the villains are more common than heroes, so I want to say the setting introduced first and have a reason for there to be a superhero. Yeah, like, that's what I mean with that one, right? Is like, I don't think Jotaro would have stepped up and been a character like he is if it hadn't been for Dio. And that's because Dio was always there. Whereas, like, yeah, I mean, that's always the JoJo storylines, right? It's like the villain's already pre-existing in some capacity and already has most of their power. And it's just seeing them try and fight up to that point and become the superhero required. I guess that just leans me to saying, like, I just like underdog stories, and both of those kind of approaches can be underdog stories. But also in saying that, like, how many times do we watch, like, or well, I at least watch trashy isekai or just power fantasy series or read them, and it's like, nah, just the hero wins. Fuck that shit, right? Like, crime is easier and more common than a person going out of their way to be a superhero. Yeah, I think that's, like, a valid way of looking at it. And I mean, in those stories, one of my favorite things is when, like, it's a criminal is the hero, right? They're very, like, anti-hero energy. And it's kind of that, like, juxtaposition where it's like, it's not that they're fighting against the world itself, it's philosophies fighting against each other in that situation. Of, like, I don't know, I think, again, ironically, JoJo's comes to mind, but Giorno is a great example. Giorno is not good. He is still wanting to lead the Mafia and it be the Mafia. His main thing he wants to change is not selling drugs to kids. And I think you can sit there and go, well, that's actually really good. No, that's like, it means that you're still letting the evil exist because it has to. If you take it out, there's a power vacuum and something else will turn up, and it could be worse. This way, at least you're making some, like, ground rules that means you're not pushing over a line, right? Not part 4 more city, is it? No, I'm with part 5. Right? Yeah. Part 5 is the one that I really like for that. Would you say Part 3 start is better than Part 4 start? Yes. I would say that's better. In Spider-Man, Green Goblin appears after Spider-Man establishes himself and works out his own norm and being on top of things as a hero. The Goblin shows up, beats a shit in. Yeah. And that's what is so good and threatening. Because it's just like, you've now been proven you can't just go and fight guys with guns and knives. There are people out there that will reach your level and kick your teeth in. Isn't the first scene literally introducing Josuke's stand as a good guys? Yeah, but it introduces Josuke's like his personality which is the important thing. Like this again, and it introduces the concept that stands can now be used in abnormal ways to what they're very clearly designed with, right? It matches their like how they use them and how the powers they gain match their person and personalities like really weirdly and oddly, but it does work. Like they're never truly at ends with each other. And that's the point. A stand supplements the individual in a way that is necessary, whether it empowers their natural power level or it facilitates a weakness that existed. I think establishing the hero as a common person and then putting a villain in front of them that they have trouble dealing with is nice. Yes. Like, it's great when your hero's sitting there and you're like, no, this is just they're a good person, they're smart, they're like, all this, and then they have something put in front of them that they just can't deal with it at all. Because, like, then you're in a situation where it's like, what the fuck do you do? Your world's been turned upside down. How do you resolve this? And it's great, and I will say this, it's great when it leaves them disheartened and, like, disenfranchised, and they're like, I just want to give up. There's no point in me keep going. So part 4, in a way, introduced hero before the villain. Oh, part 4, 100... You don't even technically meet the final villain until the end of the first half of part 4. And, like, the villain for the first half of part 4 also isn't introduced until, like, 2 or 3 episodes in, if I recall. Because it's Red Hot Chili Pepper, right? Is, I believe, the villain. And then, obviously, then we get, Killer Queen. Kiro, Killer Queen. Yoshikage Kiya. Sanjo-san. He did have a villain in the Arrow Brothers. Arrow Brothers. Am I blanking? Was it the serial killer Waterman first? Well, I mean, like, there's normally like, small villains and antagonists along the way, but, like... We're talking, like, we're talking main villains, not just, like, goons. Because, like, technically, every 3 or so episodes of JoJo's, there's a new villain that turns up, if we take that argument. There was a scale up. Yeah. I mean, that's that point, right? Is like, most of JoJo's has always been like, there is always a greater challenge next. With Jotaro in Part 3, it was very clear why, right? It was like, progressive power level, getting closer to Dio, so Dio's more like potent henchmen are coming out as you get closer. And then you have a big bad, yeah. And then, like, theoretically, you fight the big bad, and then you go down in power level a bit, but then it just very quickly escalates again. Like, it's indisputable that, like, of all the characters that were there, Yoshikage Kira is, like, the strongest character. In terms of, like, psychology, like, just in mental capability and all the additional effects he has. I mean, fuck, Bites Zadustor is a fucking insane power. And if it wasn't for his own ego and his own, like, desire to basically be on the edge of being caught, he would have won. Like, that's the wildest part of it. It was literally, he is the only reason he lost to it. 2 is the Pillar Man, 3 is Dio, 4 is a very late Kira, but also didn't meet him for... Yeah, no. Kira, you only meet at the end of the first half, because Red Hot Chili Pepper is the main villain for the first half of Part 4. That's what I was saying earlier. Five is the priest? No, you got that wrong. 5 is Giorno, that's the mafia one. So 5 is basically the head of the Italian mafia. 6 is Pucciarati, the priest. And then 7 is the next one coming out, which is Steel Ball Run, which is the going back in time to the Wild West. And yes, it's the President of the United States is the primary villain for it. I use that phrasing because anyone that actually knows that part knows what I mean by that. Catch you later, Devil. Have a good sleep. Then 8 is the other AU one that's about well, okay, that one's one that you can't talk about very easily without spoiling stuff, and I kind of want to avoid that. All you need to know about Part 8 is that it is basically Part 4 in an alternate timeline. Part 7 is Part 1 in an alternate timeline. Time for me to leave too. See you all. Catch you later, Sweeb. Have a good one. But yeah, can you tell that I know way too much about JoJo's? Because I think it's a fucking amazing series. And then Part 9 is the one we're on at the moment that's getting written. Orange Man leader strikes again. Never mind. Iron landscape joke. Yeah. Boost speed. We want speed. Oh. Fight 8 is I got bored and took so I made something new. You could say that with every part, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. Part 8's an interesting one. Again, like, Part 8 has one of the most, like, wild main like, villains of the story. Because that's Wonder of View's one. And Wonder of View is so cool. No, I love Wonder of You. Wonder of You. Wonder of You is the only true independent stand that has ever existed that has its own personality. And on top of that, it just kind of, like, dumpsters everyone. Shifting gears, slightly increased passing ability when positioned towards the front mid-race. That wouldn't be bad. But I think we might pick up Final Push here, because that's just gonna, like... Do I want to pick up Final Push, or do I want to pick up Blue Rose Closer? Slightly increased velocity when breaking out of the pack in Final Strike, versus slightly increased ability to keep the lead on the final corner. I started when Wonder of You was introduced. Do you know what its power is, though? I think I'm gonna pick up Blue Rose, because that gives me more redundancy. The other one gives me more redundancy. This saves me from situations where I can't save myself from naturally. So we have a shitload of speed. Our stamina is kind of low, though. We do need to probably work on stamina soon. Because Wonder of You is like... I still love his power as privacy policy. Kind of, I guess. Yeah, you could see it that way. But, like, I love that still to this day, there is a very valid debate, point of who's the strongest stand. And, like, the fact that even with all the bullshit that's been added afterwards, Dio is still, like, one of the strongest stand users ever. And will always maintain that kind of position. Right? Like, genuinely, Zawaldo is one of the strongest stand effects. Being able to freeze time, and then with the body of a vampire at your disposal, is insane. There's a reason why, like, I've talked about this with friends lots of times. If you know anything about the power levels, like, Dioval is one of the, strongest, right? He's only strong because vampire. I disagree with that. Stop time is one of the strongest effects, but it is amplified by that, because this is where we get to the argument of, if you had Jotaro versus Diovala, it is a really, really close 50-50. Like, it's basically who activates their effect first, theoretically, right? That's literally how that fight kind of goes. Because if Diovala gets through the stop time effect, he can get, like, if he activates it before a stop time, he can win. Versus Jotaro. Potentially. Most likely. But there's still a chance Jotaro might be able to stop time as the attack's coming in, and Diovala can't deal with that. Or he stops time before Diovala activates time erasure and he wins. Like, there's more chances Jotaro wins. The one lost case scenario for Jotaro is removed when you give it to Dio. That situation. So again, it's regardless of the pausing of a split second, it is just the fact that, like, he can normally survive the first hit. So he'll be able to figure out what's gone wrong much easier than Jotaro. Because he's also less cautious. And he's also got a hell of a fucking ego. Him versus, like, D4C Love Train, I don't know how that goes, because that's a really hard one, because of all the mechanics of D4C. D4C's a really strange one to, like, go through. Also, I think I'm gonna lose this with the 400, at the 2400 meter. That's rough for, like, only under 300 stamina. But, like, versus Wonder of You, it depends on how that fight starts. Because if it's a situation where Dio wants to go after him, but he's not actively going after him straight away, he'll probably lose. If it is they've come across each other and they're about to fight, I'm pretty sure Dio wins, because he'll survive Cataclysm. Like, once or twice. D4C... No, not D4C. D4C Love Train has removed the problem. D4C is... maybe more problem, maybe less problem, bit weird. Because, like, I'm confident Dio would survive a D4C attack. But I don't know if he'd be able to fight into D4C Love Train effectively. As always, stands are very strong in specific environments. Correct. That is the beauty of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, is how, like, conditional and situational, especially in the later series, that the stand gets. The more specific they get, the more unique they get, and it means that, like, these stands can be obscenely broken and be able to beat effects that they shouldn't be able to beat just because they're in their element. I mean, the rat with a fucking poison gun is able to fight against Stop Time. That's probably one of the best examples. Right? Like, why the fuck is that able to do well? I don't remember what the specifics of his power and what are the pre-upgrade and what the post-upgrade. The biggest thing to acknowledge with the pre-upgrade is his power is basically to, like, the stand exists with all copies of Valentine in all realities. So he can access other realities, he can bring and remove from them, and if he gets something from one reality, and it gets close enough to the one from another reality, they will forcefully merge and basically hit each other's atoms and destroy the other thing. Do I win here or do I get second? This is gonna be a close one. Oh god, I am getting second. That's a gap and a half. Yeah, stamina was what lost me there. Did I need to win that one? That was... I don't think that was one that I needed to get first in. Was it? But like, D4C Love Train is... he can now redirect misfortunate events away from him. With the connection between him and a specific point. And because of that, no things can reach him, basically. Which is why Tusk Act 4 is so important, is because it can hit the perfect golden ratio to burst through that concept. Damn, 6 leagues difference. That's rough. There's a lot more to it, and I'm definitely, like, underselling a lot of what's going on with D4C Love Train. There's a lot more that's going on, but, like, welcome to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Trying to explain some of the powers specifically of the main villains is really hard. Because there's so much context that needs to be involved. Because, like, I didn't even talk about how D4C, the original one, is, like, the, travel between realms thing requiring a surface. Basically, if you fold something and he's able to fold into it. Just why he normally, you see him with the flag a lot of the time. But yeah, like, the rules of D4C are how they beat the final villain of Steel Ball Run. Which is, I'm gonna be cautious on stating that one, because, again, the anime is gonna be coming out, and I would like for people to experience that one as best they can. It's probably one of the longer series there'll be, but it's, like, one of the best of the franchise. Steel Ball Run is very, very universally loved. Autumn Tenno Show. Aww. D4C is an ambush stand? I don't think I'd disagree with that. It's definitely a technical stealth, and like, I wouldn't call it stealthy, but yeah, like ambush I think's accurate. Again, it's a utility stand with no combat ability. Like, it itself doesn't really combat things, but it has skills that can be used in combat if necessary. It just preferably doesn't want to be on a direct confrontation. Which you'll often see is the case for most of the villains with stands. Is they don't, like, the stand is designed so direct confrontation with them is really difficult. Like, in the most basic sense, Dio, stop time, you can't get to him. He can get around you. He can get out of situations. Cool. Killer Queen by Sedusto is probably another great example of that. Is literally, if he set it up correctly, he can't lose. Part 5, Diovala. Again, he is about getting out of situations, being slippery, avoiding fate, and then just fucking shit up along the way. Part 6 is Puchati, which is, I mean, White Snake's a hugely technical stand, and he doesn't want to direct fight. He'll only take action when he's gonna win. And then Sea Moon is probably the most direct conflict-y that you get with those, because holy shit, that one just kind of fucks your shit. And then Made in Heaven is insane. That's everything. But that's also reality-altering, game-winning bullshit energy. And then, yeah, D4C, very technical. Wonder of You is, like, the most, I don't fight you. You fight yourself. You fight against fate. I love Cataclysm. Cataclysm's such a fun effect. Oh, you're kind of thinking about going after me? You're gonna regret that. I haven't actually caught up on what's going on with Part 9. I should look into that, see where that's at, because last time I looked into it was when, it was like only a few chapters in and a specific character got introduced from Part 4. The one character that's existed in everything easily. And I'm actually blanking on his name. It's the self-insert one. What is his name again? I'm actually blanking on his name. How am I blanking on his name? The manga author. I can't even remember his stand name. What the fuck? How am I blanking this hard? I think there's a K in one of his names. JoJo manga character. Manga artist character. There we go. No, not Araki. That's the actual author. Part 4 manga artist. Rohan Kishibe. There we go. I knew it was a K in the second name. Pretty sure it was. Yeah, but Rohan Kishibe. With a stand. Heaven's Door. I knew it was Heaven something. He has a spin-off? He does have a spin-off, but he's also apparently in part 9. Well, I say apparently. He is in part 9. He's one of the first characters that's, like, introduced after, like, a main cast. But yeah, Kishibe Rohan's amazing. He is a self-insert, by the way. It's been acknowledged by Araki that he is a self-insert character. If I recall correctly. Why? I mean, wouldn't you want to insert yourself into your own story like that? Fun character? To be fair, it's a fun character to insert. Of all the things he could do, inserting himself into his own content as Kishibe is fine. What's so interesting about him? What, Kishibe? He's got one of the more unique stands out there, as well as he's got, like, a lot of weird shit going on with him. I mean, there's even a joke in, I think it's only in the anime for part 6, which is when the world is, like, accelerating, super fast. He's the only manga author that's keeping up with his dates and schedules. For his, like he said, he's the only one that's actually meeting his goals. Literally, the universe ends, the world is all over, and that motherfucker is still going. Just love that. Gotta love that. It's a funny story. But yeah, I don't know why he's in part 9. Literally, the last I saw of the story was him turning up. I don't know anything past that. I know that they want to steal from him, though. Knowing that, I think it's Gohan is the name of the new JoJo. Isn't his power memory editing? Oh, it's way more than that. What? No, Heaven's Door's power is, the ability to write something into someone. This can be as simple as forget something, as with the memory thing, but it can be used offensively in the sense that it's like, oh, I'm gonna write, you can't attack me. And you can no longer attack him. You will fly back for, like, 30 meters at this speed. You'll immediately do that action once it has been committed to the thing. As he can write what will happen to you. And he can also, therefore, look back at what has happened to you so you can look at your memory. That's what Heaven's Door does. Like, when you think about that, that's such a really complex a power, and it's one that's, like, not combat-orientated at all. Alright, let's try and rest here. Please don't fuck me over. Please don't fuck me over. Well rested, yay. But yeah, again, it's an example of like the usage of a utility stand in unique and wacky ways to be usable in combat. Which is why like I like how the later JoJo stuff went with that. It's how do we turn stands that aren't just clearly I'm gonna punch you in the face into like really scary characters. Like, November Rain, for the newest JoJo is, at this point in time, we know of the ability Heavy Rain, I think it is? Which is that it's like this kind of walker thing that can drop water, and the water's weight can be edited to be whatever, with whatever force, as well as it doesn't do permanent damage, to our understanding, and that's about it. It's also important because it's the first non-humanoid stand user that's the main character. Because all of the main characters have had humanoid stands up till then. Just a soft reminder, I know way too much with JoJo's. And I can recall way too much at a given time. Please save me from myself. I mean, like, the question I'll always ask to people as well with JoJo's is, like, what would you want as a stand? Do you want one that's pre-established, and, like, what would you do with it? Goddamn. Because I absolutely love the idea of my, like, if I don't think there's a stand that I've seen that would truly fit me. Like, at all. Which is, like, really funny. The problem was when me and my, like, a group of friends that we all were really good at trying to figure that shit out. None of the stand ideas we came up for me sounded like anything less than the main villain of one of the stories, and I'm like, that's not good. I don't want to be a main villain. Because like one of the ideas we came up with was oh, what was it? Basically, you could copy another stand's ability, and like you could save it, basically. Kind of like White Snake, but except it's done to itself. So the stand itself is garbage, but the more I interact with other stand users, it would get scarier. There was all sorts of conditions we had behind it. I'm very much shorthanding what it was, but I thought that was a fun idea. But yeah, like, there's no way there can't be a villain. Right? Like, that's just too strong. The correct answer is I can't choose. Yeah, like, that's the thing. There's too many cool ideas with some of the stands that it's just impossible to get right. You'll never get one that you're happy with, fully. Perspective gun? Thought for a moment that you were gonna make a fucking, was it whole horse, joke where it's just, my stand is a gun. Which I still love, by the way, and this I 100% agree with. People underestimate how strong the Emperor is in a non-stand environment. Of all the stands that we've kind of seen, his is like objectively one of the strongest in day-to-day like normal things. Having a gun that you can fire a bullet and it just do whatever the fuck you want it to is insane. And theoretically the bullets are also untrackable because it's a stand. Like, imagine that. That's insane. I love that shit. That's so funny. But like, versus other stand users, surprisingly enough, our gun, not so good. But stand users are fated to meet? Yes. Stand users are generally fated and gravitate towards each other. That's what led to, like, us sitting there with the stand idea I had and going, like, it just gets too scary. If I don't get killed, like, immediately with that stand, that you just scale too quick, too fast, and no one can keep up with you. As well as, like, the theory of what happens if you're able to use one or two effects at once, right? Like, imagine the ability to be able to use both time erasure and stop time. You just win. There is no way someone beats you. Something goes wrong, you time erasure from it. I mean, there's a reason why Epitaph and time erasure was working together and they were too strong. I'm just getting a phone call. Give me a moment. like I said, that was a very sudden phone call, and that was a phone call I knew I needed to take. That was a very important one that has lowered a lot of my stress right now. I cannot explain to you how much that was impactful for me. Holy shit. I've been wound up for the last, like, 2 days about something that's made me very panicked, and that was good news. Or at least the beginning of potential good news, and that's the big thing. Alright, what did I miss? Let's see. My perspective gun is hear me out. That shows your perspective to others. But I like to think that no one you're going to argue with, get access to it. Imagine a debate where suddenly both sides are handed guns and they don't have superpowers. No one uses them, but the situation's resolved. One side is the... You know, that's actually... I like that. There we go. Happy for you. Yeah, like, it's one of those things that, like... Again, I can't say stuff about it as well, because it is what it is and how technical it is, and it's not acceptable for me to really communicate that stuff. But yeah, it's definitely something that's just like, oh. I'll have to probably finish up soon-ish to ensure that when they call me back about stuff, I can guarantee that. Because, yeah, like, I'm probably gonna get another phone call, maybe in another, like, half an hour to an hour. So, probably not gonna go too much longer. Because hopefully I get this all sorted today, as much as I can. Holy shit. It's gonna fucking cost me an arm and a leg to get this all damn sorted, though. But we've done pretty well with this run so far, I feel. There we go. Oh, sure, I finished cooking. Hell yeah. Oh. But yeah, no, I like the idea of that stand. It's just like, there are so many levels to how that would work. That's just curious. To be fair, isn't that like, loosely that kind of, that one gun from, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Do you know the gun I'm talking about? The, like, the special gun where it's like, it, puts, like, it makes you feel for the other person, like feel what the other person's feeling. That they use to like beat the people at the end because, like beat the aliens at the end. Because, various, yeah, like I loved that. That was such a good storyline. Dude, I love that entire story, it's so fun. Also, I just realized, we're like at 600 speed, by the way. We need to just do stamina. Guess the name. Is it actually just perspective gun? I think that was what it was, right? Because it was, what was the stuff behind it? It was like, housewife, like the galactic housewife community built it so their husbands understood something. I think that was the idea. I think that's what it was, right? I'm trying to do my best to remember that storyline. It's been a little while. I say a little while, it's been like a month or two. But I mean, if you're gonna name a stand, you do know the rules, right? It's gotta be like a old-fashioned band or a song. It's the rules. I fucking love that. I love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's such a fun story. The fact that, like, is it one of the chapters or one of the books? Or so, I think it's one of the chapters literally starts with in the beginning, the universe was created, and most people have come to agree that that was a bad move. I'm like, that's actually fucking hysterical. It's like, this is widely considered a bad move. It's like, damn. Imagine. Also, there's that one whale storyline. The whale that gets brought in. And then the potted plant, not again. Gotta love that stuff. Such a fucking silly thing. Yeah, like, after this today, I think all I've got to do is I need to make sure I download Final Fantasy VII onto the console, and then deal with this phone call and anything that's coming off of it, and then I have to, and then I'm gonna just watch, like, Stargate Universe some more. Man, can I just say, and I understand I might be in a very minority position with this thing, I really wish there was more, like, gritty space sci-fi. Right? Like, I like Stargate Universe, I like Battlestar Galactica, I like these series where it's like this grittiness. I mean, Firefly, technically even Babylon 5. Like, I love these, like, grand space storylines that are gritty and, like, so dealing with the people in these situations. The darkness that comes from some of this stuff. So good. Like, the crazy people that come in, the good people, like, what it really shows how, humanity thinks. I fucking love it. Why isn't there more of those? Like, it always feels like those series get considered very niche and underground, yet there's, like, such a, I consider, big following, enough that it would I feel like it justifies. I'm still pissed Stargate Universe never got another season. Right? Because, like, apparently the storyline for it was that they actually found ancients on the ship, and then they woke them up, and they fixed the ship, and, like, they were able to keep doing shit. I loved that shit. That was cool. I attained a carrot. Nice. I don't know. I really, really like those stories. Because, like, that's the thing. I think I like space sci-fi, but I think I like gritty space sci-fi more. Like, if I was to pin Star Trek and Star Wars versus, like, again, Battlestar Galactica as series, I just like Battlestar Galactica more, I think. And, like, it's not a series I can recommend to a lot of people because of how, like, dark some parts get of it and how disturbing certain things get. I mean, fuck, in the first season, there's basically the question of, okay, we need water. There is a place we can get it, but it's dangerous. We have a bunch of prisoners. What do we do with them? Do we send these prisoners out with a very good chance they'll die to go harvest water for the fleet? Do we consider their rights in this scenario? And then they create a revolt and they fight for their own rights. And it's like, are they right for this? Have you heard about Gundam? Yes. I mean, a lot of the, like, main Gundam franchise has that stuff. Especially like the space ones, like the real heavy space ones. Fucking love them. I don't know, I feel like I've enjoyed the West ones more of those ones. Of like the gritty, dark sci-fi. Because I think they're willing to like delve into certain things a bit differently. I don't know, there's also a charm of like live action for it. Because I think it adds to the grittiness. Yeah, I don't know. I'm more thinking about it, the more there's like really interesting points to it all. What would I mean, the question becomes like, if I'm so desiring of this and I feel like there's such a market for it, what would I do if I was given the situation to like make my own dark, gritty, live action series that's like sci-fi-esque? Because, like, the charm of almost all of the ones I like are the stranded nature of them, right? Like, they're either fighting against impossible odds or they're stranded in some capacity. In Firefly, they're dealing against the government, because they're technically illegal smugglers. With Battlestar Galactica, they're on the run because their homeworld has been vaporized by nuclear warheads. By an alien, like, a theoretically alien threat that they made. Babylon 5, I mean, it's just politics, and I know a lot of people don't like that, but it's like politics and space magic. And then Stargate Universe is what happens when you take a bunch of random people and shove them in a situation so far away that it's incomprehensible. And, like, all of them is just, there's this level of desperation and this desire to, like, do the bare minimum to get back to comfort. To get back to, like, what you want. And the roughness that those have is just so nice. I don't know what I would do if I was given the opportunity. Like, what... Like, it's... yes. Yeah. Dude, to be fair, I do love that, like, I'm comparing all of these and Firefly's literally just a ragtag bag of, dumbasses and dickheads doing their fucking damnedest. Yeah, I wonder what I would do. This makes me kind of want to start writing a story like this, right? Just out of curiosity to see, like, what would be done? What is the way to do this? Okay, I'm gonna rest. Well rested, thank God. Oh god, don't make me do an isekai of it. That would be funny. Get isekai'd into Battlestar Galactica, basically. I mean, that's basically what Stargate Universe is, wildly enough. Right? Like, you may not like it, but I think it's the truth. They may as well be. They're literally in, like... The point of the storyline is that the Destiny has traveled multiple fucking galaxies away. Like, that was the great part, is it shows the map, it starts zooming out, and it starts flicking between locations. Like, oh, is that it going through star systems? No, that's galaxies. Devouring chicken with 10 fingers? That's fair. That sounds great. So yeah, like, I consider Stargate Universe kind of an isekai in that sense. The weirdest argument I've ever made, I think, in my life. Okay, do I have any of the ones that I care about? No, I don't. So I'm not going to spend my points here, because I think all I want still is, what was it again? Final Push. Final Push is the main one we want. To keep the lead on the final corner is a really important one for us, I think. So we should have enough stamina now to just keep a good thing. We need to first place this, though. Narnia Isekai. Narnia is literally the baseline Isekai. You cannot convince me otherwise. Like, that was the West's Isekai. That and, like, Never-Ending Story. Like, that's the foundation of Isekai in the West. Like, we can all come to agree on that point, at least, right? If anyone remembers the Never-Ending Story. My god, that was such a good one. Alright. I mean, our speed is insane. It's our stamina that's our weakness now. So we should be fine as long as our stamina holds out. As long as we don't get rushed, we should be fine. And we have a bunch of skills to, like, that are pretty much guaranteed to activate when the conditions are met. I just don't like the length. It being a 200 meter with my stamina levels kind of low. I don't think we upgrade speed anymore. I think we only upgrade stamina. And any time we have a chance to train anything. So, number 11's definitely scare. I'm not gonna bother trying to say that name quickly. It's too much. Was it Matikane? Matikane? I don't know. Mante. I don't know. Ugh, late start. No. Early lead kicks in. We're pulling out in the front. We're bolting into the lead, but we do have some stragglers. We're getting a bit further. We're going around the first corner. We're getting distance closed by number 9, but there's now starting to fall back a little bit. Distance is still very, very short. They're now starting to... They're going head-to-head with us. It's going to be very, very close. The rest of the group is starting to fall back. Number 13, however, is starting to pick up the pace. We're now bringing forward another lead again. However, the pace chasers are restoring some stamina. Again, 13 being a bit of a scary opponent for us. We're halfway through the race, though. They're coming up on the final stretch. Gonna be coming around the corner. Final corner coming up. Rosy outlook doing us well. We're maintaining a lead. We're going well with stamina so far. But number 6 is coming up on our tail. We're going around the corner. Currently number 13 is boxed in, so they're not likely to have a problem. Our ultimate activates in the last stage there, maintaining our lead. Now the question is, does the stamina hold out? Bursting into the lead. 13's now out of the pack. She's starting to catch up, but the lead is getting larger, but 13's trying her best. She's catching up, but the distance is too insurmountable. 3.5 leagues difference. Well done there to Suzuka. I should get the, like, mic thing to change, like, I should set up the thing so I can, like, make the mic sound like a commentator mic, right? That'd be fun as shit. Hell yeah, we win that. We do well. Wowed every single spectator here today. Hell yeah. Competed as the #1 favorite and won. Head pats, yeah. Suzuka did amazing. Yeah, as SP says here, she did amazing. Oh, god damn. Incredible display. Incredible display there by Suzuka. Again, our speed's there, our stamina isn't. The fact that our stamina held out enough with that tells me, like, we just train up her stamina and she just kind of wins. Because her stamina would have been running low there. Like, we could probably buff her speed up a little bit more. I don't know. Oh, here's the air groover. Oh boy. Yep, get our stats. Hell yeah. Alright. The final is in danger. Oh no. Dude, I love that, like, an entire, like, career takes longer than a stream. Like, if you were to actually finish one, it's just so long. I love it, but, like, goddamn, we're at a stage where I'm like, I want to finish up soon, so I don't have any problems with the phone calls. And this is a very story-heavy character, though, right? Like, I feel like there's been more story, like, trainee events than normal. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright. Press conference was too much excitement. Yeah, that sounds about right. Our interview's stressful. Just not that I'm not very good at them. I'm gonna be honest. I've done, like I said, I've done public speaking before, I've done interviews, I've done all sorts of stuff on both ends of it. No matter how they go, there's always, like, a hell of a stressful time with them. Like, it's rough. It's really rough. So more stars equals easier to compete, but more headache? I think so. I think the lower the start, like the lower the base character is, so like if they're just a rare or whatever, I think their campaign is normally a lot more linear and a lot more basic but faster. but it doesn't mean that it's easy. It just means that it's like that. Whereas like the higher ranking ones, like there's normally a lot faster rate with everything. What's my biggest audience? For a public speaking event? Okay, do you want in-person audience as the answer to that? Or do you want, like, theoretical projected audience? Like, in a live setting. I will retain to that. Because I feel like I have to answer that one a bit cautiously, but partly because of certain aspects of what I've done. Like I said, I've been involved in politics, which should give you a bit of an idea of where I'm going with this. Because if you're saying, like, in person, then probably a few thousand. If you're talking allowance for online, basically the country. I have been on public news for things. I've been on national stuff. Like national, transmitted news. So whatever the number of people watching in the country, which I believe the projection was a few 100,000. I've been in settings that are even more high profile than that, but I wasn't the one doing speaking or interviewing or anything. I was just involved in them. I've also run events that are involving thousands of people, but yeah, that's very different. Inspiration event, let's go! This is why it's really funny, because like I said, I'm really good at public speaking. I've gotten a little too used to it. And the most recent ones, though, it's only a few hundred that I did by the end. But that's with a much smaller political scale. And that was more like local politics. By the way, I'm trying to stress this, like, this doesn't make me famous. In no sense, it's just what I was involved in was very famous. Or not. Okay. Again, it's politics. Politically things, it's inherently quite a big thing involved with those. How do I say this without being like, yeah, it's not really, now that I've said it the way I have, it doesn't make any good answers to how I want to say this anymore. Damn. I'm not a very big deal. I was involved in things that could be considered very big deals, but they were very normal things. They just happen all the time. Would have been very much a go past and breeze thing. Like, I've been, the short answer is I've been in the paper several times for things. Yeah, fun fact, like that's why I like was kind of hesitant about like giving away too much information about myself, because like theoretically I would be findable if you had enough information to work from. You're now worldwide? True. And now I look like a dickhead most of the time, and I just sit here playing anime horse games and programming. God, my life has gotten so much better. I love it. Oh. Ow. Massive improvements. Genius energy. I guess maybe that's part of the reason as well why I try and make an effort to not get too, like, discuss too political things on stream as well now. Because I feel like no matter how that goes, it just goes badly for everyone involved, and me especially, because, like, I've spoken in those environments, so I will speak a very particular way, and people might not appreciate that particular way because it's a particular way. Again, there's a reason why sometimes I sound like a fucking politician as it is. Because I word things in very, like, particular ways that mean that, like, it leaves me with enough ground to get the fuck out if something went wrong. But yes, that's what politicians do, is politicians say just enough to get what they want across, but not enough normally to put themselves in trouble or their agenda. Meanwhile, you get some political leaders in the world at the moment that don't follow that advice, and it works for them somehow, but again, not getting into that. It's fascinating though. There's a lot of complexity to those situations. But when it comes to public speaking, like, it's fascinating because, as I was, like, kind of saying, it's both difficult and it's not. It's very mentally taxing though. Especially the way I do it, because, like, I do the scan the audience and pay attention to, like, what's going on, gauge what's being said, and, like, the responses to it, which takes a lot out of you, especially when you do it for any length of time. Then you get to this kind of point where it's like, I've been doing this to, like, about 500 people for half an hour to an hour. I am exhausted, and I still need to do, like, I need to go off stage maybe for, like, an hour, and then come back and do it again. It's so exhausting. And then you say, like, one thing wrong, and you've just may as well, like, leave. Like, you just may as well put your microphone down and walk off the stage. That can be stressful. It's how that weighs on you is how that, I guess, is whether it's difficult or not. For me, it weighs on me fairly heavily, but I got used to it. I probably wouldn't be able to do public speaking as proficiently as I once did if I was to go back into it. And I really don't want to go back into it. I think I like it less than retail. Which should say a lot to anyone that's worked in retail. It's a very close bar, though, I will say that. It's not as theoretically physically demanding. Okay, another phone call, give me a sec.
じるのかな。走りでは誰にも負けたくないんです。だからぜひ厳しいトレーニングを。いつでも走れます。もちろん今すぐにでも。 走ってきてもいいですか？足がうずうずしてて。今日はどんなコースを走らせてくれますか？
Oh! Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Hands, wash, chicken, destroyed, kitchen, dirty, back. Well done. By the way, I threw a couple of potatoes in the oven, last back and turned down. Well, nice. Alright, that was the phone call. I'm basically done with that for now. So we'll try and finish this up quickly, and then I have stuff to resolve after that. Because I have I basically have a shitload of phone calls I need to make now. Oh, but those can wait for at least an hour or two. Obviously, I'm not going to stream for that long, but point is. Means that I can, once I finish up, I can take a moment, take a breather, sit down, and sort my head out. What's up? Oh! Oh, so apparently the chat's breaking. There we go. Let's see, I have to head off. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Good night for me, and rest of you. Day for you. Love, thank you, Jen, and I hope you have a good one. Have good rest. Oh. Have good dreams. Alright, I think I'm gonna probably, after I come out of this cutscene, I might just call it there. Because like I said, I'm just very tired and stressed. and I just need a moment to see where I'm at with everything. There we go.
もちろん今すぐにでも
I would be surprised if I fail this at this point, because again, we're nearly at 700 speed, we're nearly at 300 stamina, we've got some really good powers. I can buy another skill now that's like basically cements it for us. It's just stamina and speed from this point onwards. So anyone that knows like how this goes, they know that this goes pretty consistently from here on. So yeah, no, we'll finish up here. Oh, so, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.